Good morning, everyone. Good morning, members of the jury. Just to give you a scheduling update, we are actually ahead of what we planned the schedule to be as far as the evidence coming in. For that and for other reasons that are not relevant, we are going to take tomorrow afternoon off. There are other things that have to be done without the necessity of bringing our jury in. So we're going to try and recess tomorrow about 12:30. We won't be ordering lunches because we expect you to be out of the building by then. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, members of the jury. Just to give you a scheduling update tomorrow. We are actually ahead of what we planned the schedule to be as far as the evidence coming in. For that and for other...
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Courtney Ross to the stand.
Good morning. I'm good. Come right up here, and if you could just stand behind the chair to start with. Right.
Absolutely.
And raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now, before we begin, well, you anticipated my first request, which is to keep your mask off. Just that it'll be easier to hear you. If you feel a need that you got to put it back on, feel free. But
Thank you.
the important thing is that we be able to hear you, and so what we're going to do is start to make sure we can hear you. We're going to have you state your full name, spell each of your names.
Okay. My name is Courtney, Courtney, Batya, Batya, Ross, Ross.
Thank you. Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ross, can you just tell the jurors, not your address, but generally where you live?
Yes, I live in Northeast Minneapolis.
How long have you been in the Northeast Minneapolis area?
My entire life. I was born and raised.
And can you tell the jurors how old you are?
I'm 45 years old.
Seems like a strange question, but there is a reason for it.
It's okay.
So. And do you have any children?
I have 2 boys.
Okay. And Ms. Ross, did you know George Floyd?
Yes.
When did you meet George Floyd?
I met Floyd in August of 2017.
And you refer to him as Floyd?
All the time.
That's how you just refer to him all the time?
Yes.
And, in court, we prefer to use Mr. Floyd. So as much as you can, do that. But I understand Floyd is just how you knew him, right?
Sure.
All right. And so when was it that you first met Mr. Floyd?
May I tell the story?
Sure.
Okay. It's one of my favorite stories to tell. Excuse me.
And Ms. Ross, just so you know, if you feel like you need to just take a moment to collect yourself, feel free. We're in no rush here.
Thank
right?
you.
Yeah.
In August of 2017, I had gotten off work one night. I worked at a coffee shop for 22 years now, part-time. And I was tired and I just cleaned up and closed up the shop, and I went to go visit my son's father, who was staying at Harbor Lights, the Salvation Army shelter. He had had some difficulties and was staying there. I I entered Harbor Lights, and when you visit there, you have to ask for a person to come down if you're visiting them. And so I had the receptionist call him down, but he didn't seem to be coming down, so I waited in the lobby, and I wanted to talk to him about our son's birthday. Excuse me. I was pretty upset, and I started kind of fussing in the corner of the lobby. And at one point, Floyd came up to me. And Floyd has this great, deep Southern voice, raspy. He's like, "Sis, you okay, sis?" And I wasn't okay. I said, "No, I'm just waiting for my son's father." He said, "Well, can I pray with you?" I was so tired. We had been through so much, my sons and I. And this kind person just to come up to me and say, "Can I pray with you?" When I felt alone in this lobby. It was so sweet. And at the time, I had lost a lot of faith in God.
Ms. Ross, sorry to interrupt, but I'm just going to want to maybe help with a few questions, okay?
Sure.
At that point, did you know what Mr. Floyd was doing there at the Salvation Army?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. He worked there as a security guard.
Okay. And so he came up to you and tried to comfort you?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the beginning of your relationship?
Well, not that part. That was just Floyd. Afterwards, he had asked me who my son's father was, and I said, you know, we're co-parent, and we're not in a relationship. And that's when I like to say his voice dropped like 2 levels, even though it was deep already. And he asked me if he could get my number, and we had our first kiss in the lobby, and that's when our relationship started.
And after that, how close did you become?
We were very close.
And so I'm not sure you told us when this was. Do you recall roughly, not the date, but the year at least?
In August of 2017.
Okay. And up until his death, did you continue to be in a relationship with him?
Yes.
Can you describe, how often you saw each other during those 3 years?
Just about every day we saw each other, as much as we possibly could.
Were there times when you weren't as close as other times?
We had, sometimes just like all couples, we argued sometimes and, might have taken a break, but...
Like most couples?
Like most couples, I assume.
Did you learn, whether he was new to Minneapolis?
Oh, yeah. On our first date, like most people do, we went over, like, our histories, and he told me he was from Houston.
And what kinds of things did the two of you do together when you get together and do things?
Floyd was new to the city, so everything was kind of new to him. Everywhere we went was new to him. He made it seem like, I was new to my own city. So we like to go to, he lived right by Lake Bade-Makaska. We like to go down there a lot and, enjoy the outdoors. We like to go to the sculpture garden and just, walk around. We went out to eat a lot. Because Lloyd loved to eat a lot. He's a big man, and it took a lot of energy to keep him going. And he loved food, and so did I. It was fun. It was an adventure always with him.
Did you know where he was working prior to his death? Had he been working someplace?
Yes, he was working at Conga.
What is
Latin Bistro?
Okay. What is that?
Conga is a restaurant, but also a nightclub in the evening.
What did he do there?
He was a security guard. He was head of security there.
And did he at some point lose that job?
Only because of COVID. I mean, it shut down because of COVID.
And you had met at Salvation Army. Did you learn eventually that he worked there?
Yes, I knew that evening that he worked at the Salvation Army.
And he was a security guard there?
Yes.
And at some point that job ended, correct?
Yes. I think that maybe a year or so after I met him.
And in the time period leading up to his death in May of last year, let's talk about January to May when he passed. How often were the two of you seeing each other?
Of 2020?
Yes.
At the beginning of the year, we had not seen each other, kind of separated for a little while, but from March until May, we spent every day together.
And we have a photograph of Mr. Floyd. I believe we showed that to you in a prior meeting with you, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize that as him?
Yes.
Right. You're going to read off for Exhibit 247?
247 is received.
So I'm showing you Exhibit 247.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. See, if you touch the screen, it's going to write on there, so sorry. You familiar with this photograph?
Yes.
What kind of photograph is this?
I would call it a dad selfie.
And why would you call it that?
I'm just joking, but a lot of dads sometimes don't have the best angle when they take selfies. It's kind of lower and it just don't take the time to maybe do the certain angles that everybody else does.
And so this is you believe, a selfie that he took?
Yes.
All right.
I believe it was outside of the Salvation Army.
Do you recall about roughly when this was taken?
From the sweater he was wearing, I think it was the fall of 2017.
Did Mr. Floyd have any children?
Yes.
How many children did he have?
2 girls.
And did he try to be a part of their lives as much as he could?
Yes, he loved his girls. It was hard being in Minnesota, long distance, but...
So his daughters were not in Minnesota? Is that, no?
No.
I want to make sure that your voice is loud enough for everybody to hear. At some point, when you knew Mr. Floyd, did you learn of his mother's death?
Yes.
Did you recall when that was?
It was in May of 2018.
And did you see, well, describe, if you would, for the jury, what you saw his reaction to his mother's death.
Pardon me. Floyd is Floyd's what I would call a mama's boy. I could tell from the minute I met him. And when he came back from Houston, he seemed kind of like a shell of himself. Like he was broken. He seemed so sad. He didn't have the same kind of bounce that he had. He was devastated. He loved his mom so much, and I knew that. He talked about her all the time. I knew how he felt. It's so hard to lose a parent that you love like that.
Ms. Ross, thank you, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'll see if I can ask some questions to help a little, okay? So he struggled with grief over his mother's death?
Excuse me, yes.
And going to change topics a bit, okay?
Okay.
You need a minute? Are you okay?
I'm okay. I can do it.
You met Mr. Floyd at Salvation Army.
Yes.
And then proceeded to maintain a relationship with him.
Yes.
And I have to ask you if drug use was a part of that relationship.
Yes.
And what kind of drug use was a part of that relationship?
Floyd and I both suffered with an opioid addiction.
And do you know how, like for your own self,
Yeah.
how you came to be involved, with what kind of drugs and how you became
The use
involved?
of opioids, yes. Both Floyd and I, our story, it's a classic story of how many people get addicted to opioids. We both suffered from chronic pain. Mine was in my neck and his was in his back. We both had prescriptions, but after prescriptions that were filled and we got addicted and tried really hard to break that addiction many times.
And were you each aware of each other's struggles with opioids?
Yes, eventually in our relationship we shared that.
And did you work together on that issue?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And over how long of a period did this struggle go on for you, for both of you?
Addiction, in my opinion, is a lifelong struggle. So it's something that we dealt with every day. It's not something that just kind of comes and goes. It's something I'll deal with forever.
And were there periods of time when you were not using opioids?
Absolutely.
And same question with regard to Mr. Floyd.
Yes, absolutely.
And were there times when you knew that he was using opioids more than by prescription.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
And when you weren't using, prescription opioids, where did you get them?
Off the street. On the black market.
And you knew that he was doing that as well.
Yes.
And turning your attention to, well, let me ask this. You were in a relationship for nearly 3 years.
Yes.
And did this use of opioids beyond even prescriptions sort of continue throughout that 3-year period for Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
And it's something that you saw yourself and were aware of.
Yes.
And to ask the same question of you, did you struggle using during that entire period?
Yes.
And were there times when you would use together?
Yes.
And for what you saw Mr. Floyd using, what form of opioids did he typically use?
Oxycontin or oxycodone, and any kind of oxy.
And how did he get that? How did he use it?
Swallow them.
And so in pill form?
Yes. Sorry.
That's right. Not the easiest question to ask, for you. So I'm sorry.
It's okay.
If you ever don't understand my question, feel free to ask or let me know. Okay. And so there were times when you would obtain non-prescription opiate pills together.
Yes, they would be other people's prescriptions.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
They would be other people's prescriptions.
And were there some times, well, why would you get them through other people's prescriptions? What do you mean?
To make sure they were safe.
And were there times then that you had to get pills other than, from what you knew were somebody else's prescriptions?
Yes.
And were there times when you thought that maybe Mr. Floyd wasn't using, or was using, but not with you, not in your presence?
Yes. There was a time.
And were there times when you were using together, well, I guess that's a poorly worded question already. Let me just ask it this way. Did you use the same amounts when you used?
Yes.
And taking your attention to March of 2020, and there was a time in March when you knew he was back to using pills. Is that right?
I thought his behavior had changed.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
I think when you know someone who suffers with any type of addiction, you can start to kind of see changes when they're using again. And there's just slight behavioral changes that I noticed in him, and it just made me suspect.
And in March of 2020, did you also kind of fall back into using
Yes,
some?
I did.
So you, and were you two using together back in March, or you just suspected his use?
In March, yes, we did use together.
And was there a period then after March where you thought the two of you had both been able to quit for a while?
Yes, a long period.
And then kind of going forward to May of 2020, was there a time when you thought he might be using again?
Yes.
So in May, when you thought that, what led you to think that?
It was the same type of thing, just behavior changes in Floyd.
And did you also kind of fall back to using opioids in May of 2020.
One time, yes.
And he was aware of that.
Yes.
And when he let me ask you this, I guess. In May of 2020, did you know where he was living? Just the general area.
Yes. Yes.
Did he have his own place where he stayed?
Yes, he lived in a place in St. Louis Park, side by side.
Did he have roommates there?
Yes, 2.
Did the two of you ever live together?
No, we stayed at each other's places, but we didn't live together.
Okay. So in May of 2020, do you recall the last time you spoke with him?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was in relation to his death?
It was the day before he died.
And how did you talk to him? By
By
phone?
phone.
Okay. And did you know what he was going to be doing that night or where he was going to be staying?
That night I knew he said he was going to be staying at Sylvia's.
Did you know who Sylvia was?
Yes, she's a friend of ours.
And so as far as you knew, he was going to be staying at a friend's house, Sylvia.
Yes.
And do you recall him saying what the plan was for why they were going to Sylvia's?
Well, Floyd had, made his Minneapolis family here too, and a lot of the people that he was friends with were from other states, and almost everybody had lost their job within that time, and he was feeling kind of lonely and just wanted to hang out with his friends. And so a lot of people that worked at the Salvation Army with him and other people that just stayed there, and they were, just kind of being a family.
And was Sylvia, did she work at the Salvation Army too?
Yes.
So he knew her from there?
Yes.
So that was the last time you talked to him, is the Sunday before his death?
Yes.
You told the jurors earlier that sort of the classic story leading to an opioid addiction, having injuries and prescriptions.
Yes.
Had Mr. Floyd been an active person physically?
Yes. He was very active.
Okay. And what do you mean by that? What types of things did you see him doing?
Well, Floyd liked to work out every day. He lifted weights that are far beyond anything I could lift every single day. He did sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, just within his house. If he went out and about, he would go running, biking. He always played sports. He loved playing sports with like neighborhood kids or anybody really that would pick up any type of ball or racket. He would play instantly. So he was always involved in that. He would do anything physical. We went on paddle boating. We'll take walks. But he was the type of person which is to run to the store.
When you were with him, whether either he had been exercising or just hanging out, did you ever complain of shortness of breath or having difficulty breathing?
No.
And did he have did he have sports injuries that he complained of?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier, his neck?
His neck, and it down like from his neck to shoulder blade and down to his lower back. There was 3 main kind of areas.
And despite that, he remained physically active. He would do these activities.
Oh, yes.
And when he did those things, it led to his prescriptions, those injuries that led to his prescriptions for opiates.
The
injuries that he had to his neck.
Oh, yes.
And I think I forgot to ask you, was there a time in 2020 when the two of you took a test for COVID?
Yes.
And did you learn the results? Did he tell you the results of his COVID test?
Yes.
What did he
His were positive, mine were negative.
And do you recall when that was?
I believe it was late March.
And so because of that, did he quarantine for a while?
Yes, he was already quarantining, but his roommates also had COVID.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. That's the only questions I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Ross.
Good morning, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to hear about your struggles with opioid addiction.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with the jury. I have some follow-up questions about your experiences with Mr. Floyd. Before I get into that, I want to just go through a few things with you. You have been interviewed by law enforcement and prosecutors several times in connection with this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
The first interview that you provided was in May. It was on May 31st of 2020 with an agent from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension named Nathan Adams, as well as an FBI agent named Christopher Langert. Correct?
Yes.
And you have you had an opportunity to review a transcript of that interview, that first interview?
Yes.
All right. You were also, then you had a meeting on December 14th with the prosecution team in preparation for this case, right?
December 14th.
December 14th. Would you dispute me if I told you that?
I believe you.
Okay. Then you also had an interview back in June of 2020 with just the FBI agents and some prosecutors from the federal government, right?
Yes.
And then you met again with prosecutors on February 21st of this year, or 25th, excuse me, of this year.
That sounds right.
And then finally on March 31st, which I believe was just yesterday, right? And you understand, again, that at least the meetings with law enforcement, they were recorded, transcribed, and you've had opportunities to review both of those transcripts.
Yes.
And in fact, I think yesterday when you met with prosecutors, you went through the FBI transcript from that meeting back in June.
Yes, I did.
Okay. So I know that you and Mr. Floyd both struggled with opioid addiction, and I just need to ask some kind of follow-up questions on that and time frames, all right? So when you first met Mr. Floyd, you would agree that throughout the course of your relationship, you and Mr. Floyd both had a struggle with opioid addiction.
Yes.
And there would be periods of time where you would both be using, and there would be periods of time where neither one of you would be using, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And there would be periods of time where one or the other may be using, right? Like you may have been using
Yes.
and he wasn't, or vice versa.
Yes.
All right. And you knew at some point Mr. Floyd had gone through some treatment programs, right?
Yes.
And I kind of want to just zero in on the time frame from January of 2020 until his death in May. Would that be okay?
Yes.
And I know that this is difficult, and I'm sorry we have to go through this, but so I want to kind of work backwards in a sense
Okay.
in terms of your statements.
Okay.
Well, let me strike that. You testified that there were periods of time where you would get a prescription for, or Mr. Floyd would get a prescription for opiates legally, meaning through a doctor, right?
Yes.
And you'd go to a doctor, you would get a prescription, and you would use those pills, right?
Yes.
And then there were other times where you would buy other people's prescriptions from them, right?
Yes.
And then there were times when those weren't available, and so you would have to buy different types of pills, right? Unknown sources, so to speak.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Maurice Hall?
Yes.
And was Maurice Hall the person that you and Mr. Floyd bought controlled substances from?
We had.
I'm going to show you a photograph. And just to you'll be the only one who can see it at this time. It's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 1006.
Okay.
Can you see that photograph, ma'am?
No.
Just to her.
No.
Oh, sorry, I gotta hit this. Can you see that photograph, ma'am?
Yes.
Is that the person you know to be Maurice Hall?
Yes.
And can you just generally describe what he's wearing?
Red hat, red pants, and a black and white shirt.
And that is up in the upper right-hand corner. Would you agree that that has the date of May 25th, 2020?
Yes.
And that's the person that both you and Mr. Floyd had previously purchased controlled substances from?
Yes.
Now, in the January and February time frame, were you and Mr. Floyd clean and free from using opioids?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. In the January and February of 2020 time frame, did you and Mr. Floyd, were you clean and sober? At
January and February?
Yes.
We weren't really talking to each other, so I wasn't around him.
Okay. So you kind of were on the break at that point, right? And then you reconnected sometime in March, right?
Yes.
And was there an incident in March that required Mr. Floyd to be hospitalized?
Yes.
And that was, can you describe for the jury what that incident was?
Which date are you speaking
In
of?
March, when he was hospitalized?
We went to the hospital a couple of times in March.
Okay. He was hospitalized for a more extended period of time in March, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the incident I'm talking
Okay.
about. Okay. I understand he went once because he had hurt his hand, like cut his hand on glass or something. And that was a shorter hospital stay?
Yes.
But then there was an extended hospital stay
Yes.
in March. Can you describe for the jury what led up to that hospital stay?
Yes. Floyd, I went to go pick Floyd up from his house that night. I thought I was taking him to work. He wasn't feeling good. His stomach really hurt. He was doubled over in pain. Just wasn't feeling well, and he said he had to go to the hospital. So I took him straight to the hospital. We went to the ER, and they were checking him out in the ER, and it was getting late, and I had to get home to my son, so I left that Friday night.
Did you later learn that that was due to an overdose?
Yes.
Object, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled.
You spent several days with him at the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And did you learn what caused that overdose?
No.
at that time frame, did you learn that Mr. Floyd was taking anything other than opioids?
No.
You did not know that he had taken heroin at that time?
No.
Now, then in March of 2020, you got some pills, right? You remember describing that?
Yes.
And can you describe what those pills were like?
How, like, physically?
Physically.
Well, they look different to me than a normal pill. They seem like they were thicker.
Were they uniform in their size?
They weren't.
Did they have markings on them?
Yes, they did.
And you and Mr. Floyd both had those pills?
Yes,
And did you consume some of those pills?
I did.
Did they have the same effect on you as they did as your other types of opioids you had taken in the past?
No.
What was the effect this time? And what was different?
Usually, opioid to me is like it's a pain reliever. It's something that is, kind of relaxing, takes your pain away. The pill that time, it seemed like it was a really strong stimulant. I couldn't sleep all night. I felt very jittery.
You felt what?
Very jittery.
Okay. And so these were pills that were not bought from someone who you knew to have a valid prescription for Percocets.
No.
Were these pills purchased from Mr. Hall?
No.
So when were these pills before or after Mr. Floyd was hospitalized for his overdose?
I don't remember.
But you described when you picked him up that night, so you must have reconnected because you had had a little bit of a break,
Yes.
right? Reconnected. When you picked him up that night, he was just in incredible pain, doubled over, right?
Yes.
His stomach hurt very bad.
Yes.
Now, I want to focus our attention on your statement that you gave to the FBI. And again, you've had an opportunity to review that transcript in its entirety, right?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to answer questions of that the prosecution had of you regarding that statement as late as of yesterday, right? You and I have never met before, right?
Not that I believe.
And so I've not had an opportunity yet to ask you about some of the information in your statement.
No.
When you met with the FBI, you informed FBI agents that
Going to object to improper form of cross-examination.
Sidebar. We'll wait for him
Thank
to
you.
formulate the question.
Thank you.
Let me back up a little bit. Did you know Mr. Floyd to spend a lot of time with Mr. Maurice Hall?
I wouldn't say a lot of time, but he spent time with him, yes.
Right. And would you agree that that was kind of from time to time that he would spend time with him?
Yes.
And you didn't like that, did you?
Excuse me, I didn't like Maurice very much, no.
Would Mr. Floyd be honest with you when he told you that when he was with him?
I'm going to object to Your Honor's characterization.
False speculation. That is sustained. You don't have to answer that one.
Yeah.
You knew Mr. Floyd would purchase narcotics from Mr. Reese or Maurice Hall?
I don't know that. I speculated that.
Do you recall the FBI agents asking you, did Mr. Floyd purchase controlled substances from Mr. Maurice Hall?
Yes.
And do you recall saying yes?
I did say yes, but I did not see it with my own
At
eyes.
this point.
How long is it?
Okay. Now, the pills that were purchased in March that you described,
Yeah.
did you know that those were purchased from Mr. Hall?
The
pills that you described in March of 2020?
No, I didn't know.
But those are the pills that kept you up, you said, all night, right?
Yes.
Did those pills continue to be around from March through May?
I don't know.
Do you recall the FBI asking whether you were getting those same pills from the same source from March to May?
I don't recall that question.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Counsel, what page?
Oh, sorry. Bates 45212, page 12. I'm just going to read this little here down in your head.
From the beginning?
No, just from about here down.
Oh, okay. Honestly, I was in such shock then. I don't even know what I mean by some of the things I said.
There was no question. I'm going to ask the copy stricken.
We'll leave it on the question.
Did ask a question about that
Well,
statement before approaching.
Counsel, sidebar.
So you've now had an opportunity to review that portion of the transcript, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the FBI agents asked you from March to May if you continued to purchase those pills from the same source? Did they ask you that question?
They
Yes.
did.
And you responded once in a while when we were desperate. Agreed?
That's what it says, yes. I don't recall saying
I'm
that.
going to object as non-responsive.
Okay.
Overruled. No, you don't remember
Oh, okay. Sorry.
that. Overruled. The answer will stand.
And Mr. Floyd's overdose, that was at the beginning of March of 2020. He was hospitalized March 6th, agreed?
Yes.
Of 2020. And he was in the hospital for 10 or 11 days, something like that?
No, 5.
5 days. And when you took him to the hospital, did you notice foam coming from his mouth?
I noticed like some kind of, like, foam building in the corners of his mouth, kind of
Like
dry.
a dry white substance?
Yes. Sorry.
Now, pardon?
No problem. We'll just walk through.
All right. Now, you were asked a couple of questions in terms of whether that overdose was caused by heroin. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said you didn't know.
I didn't.
Do you remember telling the FBI that the overdose was from heroin?
I was speculating.
Do you recall telling the FBI where or whom the source of that heroin was?
And once again, yes, I do remember that, but I was speculating.
And was that Mr. Hall?
No.
Was that Shawanda Hill?
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Floyd to purchase drugs from Miss Hill as well?
No.
Do you recall being asked whether he purchased drugs from Miss Hill previously?
I don't remember that, no.
May I approach the witness? Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of your transcript?
Yes.
May I approach?
So this is to refresh your memory. There won't be a question before you at this time. So you'll go back and you'll ask a question once you return.
Where does it say that he was buying drugs from her? That doesn't say buying.
I'm sorry?
It says getting drugs from her.
I'm going to I need to grab one previous page. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Page. This again is to refresh your memory, so there's not a question before you that you need to answer yet.
Here.
And then that says he was buying drugs from her.
Well, let's have it present. Yeah, I haven't got it. I'll go back to Floyd. Ms. Ross, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, but none of that said he was buying drugs from her.
You were asked, do you know who the woman was that he would have gotten that from? And your response was Shawanda Hill,
Yes.
right?
I was speculating at the time. I did not know that.
Understood. And you were asked, you said he liked getting drugs from her, and you said, mm-hmm, correct? That's what you
It
said.
says that in the transcript, yes.
Now, those same pills, you ultimately got some of those same pills from March, or similar pills, in May of 2020, correct?
We got pills in May that reminded me of the same feeling. I don't know if they were the same pills. I don't know where they came from.
Right, okay. So you had a second experience with those pills, right? Or a similar feeling to those pills?
I had a similar experience, yes.
Right. And that was approximately a week before Mr. Floyd's passing?
Yes.
And by similar experience, do you recall telling the FBI that when you had that, you felt like you were going to die?
I don't remember saying that, but I did see it in the transcript.
And is that how you felt, like you were going to die?
I don't remember feeling that way, no. I didn't recall even saying that.
You and Floyd, Mr. Floyd, excuse me, I'm assuming like most couples had pet names for each other.
Yeah.
And what was his name for you? I mean, what were you saved? Let me strike that. What were you saved in his phone as?
Mama.
Now, approximately a week prior to Mr. Floyd's death, you and Mr. Floyd again purchased pills from Mr. Maurice Hall, correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure.
Do you recall telling the FBI that you bought pills from Mr. Hall 1 week prior to Mr. Floyd's death?
Yes, but I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I didn't see anything happen.
Yesterday, when you met with prosecutors, did you tell them that you were in the car at a hotel
Yes.
when those pills were purchased?
Yes.
And that you were on the phone with Mr. Floyd at that time?
Yes.
And you heard a voice in the background?
Yes.
And that was a voice you recognized to be from Mr. Hall?
I thought so, yeah.
And so between Mr. Floyd's hospitalization through March and the quarantining and all of that, March and April, Mr. Floyd had been clean during that time frame?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, if you need
No,
a minute.
it's okay.
I'm sorry. I want to just, again, time frame becomes important.
Yes.
After Mr. Floyd was hospitalized in March, you were quarantining together, spending a lot of time together in March, April,
Yes.
and May, correct?
Yes.
And for the majority of that time, Mr. Floyd was clean, right?
Yes.
And it was your belief that Mr. Floyd started using again about 2 weeks prior to his death, correct?
I noticed a change in his behavior, yes.
That's when you noticed the changes in his behavior. And you described some of those changes in his behavior in that time frame, right?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the FBI that there would be times that he would just be up and bouncing around, and then there would be times that he would be like unintelligible?
I don't recall that, but
Would you disagree if I said that in the transcript? That's
no,
the
I
truth.
wouldn't disagree with that.
Were you aware that Mr. Floyd was with Mr. Hall on May 25th of 2020?
Only in the aftermath.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Be direct.
Yes, sir. Hello again, Ms. Ross.
Hi, Mayor.
Just a few follow-up questions for you. And maybe try to go in reverse order, but counsel was asking you about, whether you knew these pills were purchased from Mr. Hall,
Yes.
most recently in May.
Yes.
Talked to you about the hotel incident. And I just wanted you to clarify for the jury. You're not trying to mislead them or anything. What you're saying is you didn't personally see that sale.
No, I didn't. I just want to say what I saw.
Right. But you think that's probably where those pills came.
Yes.
You don't dispute that.
No, I don't.
Yeah. You just personally didn't see it.
Exactly.
And incidentally, what did he call his mother? What did he refer to her as?
He called her mama too, but it's just different the way he said it. It's kind of hard to describe.
So if he were to say to somebody, "Mama," that could mean his actual mother.
Yes.
Okay. Just also a name he called you.
Yes.
You were a mother too, right?
Yes.
Still are, I guess.
I
I
am
shouldn't use
always.
past tense. And Mr. Nelson read for you some things you said before, but when he was asking you about the May pills and how they made you feel similar to the March pills.
Yes.
But I wanted you to tell the jury, in your own words today, why you say that they had a similar reaction for you. What was it about it? So in March, you said the pills kept you up all night and were kind of jittery.
Yes.
Is that the same reaction you
Same
had?
effect. It was a stimulant.
And when you took that pill in March, that seemed different.
Yes.
Obviously, you did not die from it.
No.
And did you see yourself, Mr. Floyd, taking one of those types of pills in March?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Yep. So the pills that we were talking about you obtained in March
Yes.
that caused you to feel jittery and were different. Did you
Yes.
also see Mr. Floyd taking that kind of pill?
We did not take them together that time.
Did you think that he had some of them for himself?
Yes.
Obviously, he did not die in March.
No.
And the pill that gave you a similar experience in May, yes?
Yes.
Did he have some of those pills as well?
Yes.
Did he take some of those pills in May?
Yes.
He did not die before May 25th of 2020, correct?
Yes.
When you saw this change in his behavior prior to his death, in those 2 weeks, what did it lead you to think about, based on the 2.5, 3 years you had been with him, about how much he was, how often he was using during those weeks?
I don't know.
Fair enough. You were asked about your interview with the FBI and asked about statements you made. Did the FBI, as you recall, ever ask you, how did you know those drugs were from Mr. Hall? When you told them that you thought they were from Mr. Hall?
I just told him I thought that.
Yeah. And the pills that we're talking about in May,
Yes.
I can't remember if you told me, did you see Mr. Floyd take any of those pills?
Yes, we took them together that time.
I'm sorry.
We did take them together that time.
And when he took those, obviously he didn't die, right?
No, he did not.
Did you see how they affected him?
He had a lot of energy.
And but he was okay after using them?
Yes, he was playing football, hanging out, eating. Just a normal day.
incidentally, did he play a lot of basketball?
He played basketball too, but football was his thing.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything further? Thank you, Ms. Ross.
Thank you.
And if you could make sure you take your
Thank
water
you.
with you?
Yes.
Yeah, if you could take your water, that'd be great. Members of the jury, I think this is a good time for our 20-minute mid-morning break.
Members of the jury, I'm deeply sorry for the delay. Sometimes it's unavoidable. We appreciate your patience. Mr. Frank. Oh, Ms. Eldridge. Members of the jury, I'm deeply sorry for the delay. Sometimes it's unavoidable. Hold on. Counsel Chambers, briefly. All right, sorry for that. I'm going to have you stand up first. Yep. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. And if you could pull up to the microphone.
Yep.
And also, if you feel comfortable doing so, if you could remove your mask so that we can hear you better.
Okay.
And I'll leave mine on. And if we could begin by having you give your full name, spelling each of your names.
Seth Zachary Bravender. First name is S-E-T-H. Middle name is Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y. Last name B-R-A-V-I-N-D-E-R.
Zeldridge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Bravender. Am I saying that correctly?
You are.
Bravender like lavender.
That's right.
I'll try to remember that. Thank you. Where do you work, sir?
I'm a paramedic with Hennepin EMS.
How long have you been a paramedic with Hennepin County EMS?
I started in June of 2017.
And is your title paramedic?
Yes.
Okay. And has that been the case since you started? For that past 3 to 4 year period, you've been a paramedic by title?
Yeah.
And what's the training that goes into becoming a paramedic?
Prior to becoming a paramedic, you have to be an EMT already, which is a fairly short course. And then paramedic school was about 12 months long.
So, just to back you up, you said you have to be an EMT first. First, what's an EMT?
It's a lower level certification, a lot more limited in your scope and skills and what you can do. To give an example, my EMT course was like a 6-credit college course, what it was.
So you became an EMT in college?
No, I actually attended a course when I was a senior in high school.
Okay.
And
so maybe let's start there, just in terms of what your training was, first in becoming an EMT, and then what you went through for that.
I attended an EMT course at Ridgewater my senior year of high school, Ridgewater College in Hutchinson, and I started on a volunteer ambulance out where I grew up. And
was that while you were still in high school?
Yeah, kind of. Pretty much as I was graduating, I started that.
So you said that there's an additional training path, an additional certification that's required to become a paramedic. Is that right?
Yes.
So did you do that immediately afterward, or was there some time in between?
A little time in between. I started my paramedic course, would have been 2012 in May with HCMC, and then graduated in May of 2013.
So you went through training to become a paramedic at HCMC from 2012 to 2013, is that what you said?
Yes.
And what does that training entail to become a paramedic?
There's a lot of book work and a lot of hands-on skills training, clinical ride-alongs on an ambulance and different clinicals throughout the hospital.
Is that a year-long training?
Yeah, the whole course was a year.
And did you complete that successfully?
Yes.
Is there additional testing or certification requirements you have to go through to become a paramedic?
Yes.
Can you just describe that a little bit, please?
There's a written exam that we have to take to get our certification, and also a skills exam.
And did you complete that in 2013?
Yes.
And what about to maintain your license or status as a paramedic? Is there continuing credit or education you have to go through?
Yeah, we have to recertify every 2 years.
And are you up to date on all that certification?
I am.
So let's talk about your job sort of on a day-to-day basis. What do you do as a paramedic at Hennepin EMS?
I work with my partner on an ambulance. We respond to 911 calls, primarily medical emergencies, and provide care to our patients and transport them to the hospital.
What kinds of calls do you get? You said medical calls. Can those vary?
Yeah, and anything somebody would call 911 for.
Have some of those calls been life-threatening type emergencies?
Yes.
Have some of those calls been cardiac in nature?
Yes.
Drug overdoses, things like that?
Yes.
Other types of things? What else did you respond to?
I guess mental health problems is included in that as well.
Okay. And what is your primary objective? What is your job when you go out to a scene as a paramedic?
To provide the best care I can for my patient and bring them safely to the hospital, the appropriate hospital they need to go to, and also advocate for them when I need to.
And when you say advocate, what do you mean by that?
Just making sure that their complaint or their problem is heard and communicated effectively to the receiving hospital as to why they're in the emergency room.
So when you're talking about advocating, is part of your process as a paramedic to hear and understand what the patient needs and is going through and pass on that information to the hospital?
Correct.
I'm going to direct your attention to May 25th, Memorial Day of last year. Were you on duty as a paramedic with Hennepin EMS on that date?
I was.
And was there a call that you responded to that evening in the area of 38th and Chicago?
Yes.
What was the nature of that call? How did you become aware of it?
We were dispatched. We have our screen where we get our calls on. We were dispatched, and our notes said we were going code 2 for someone with a mouth injury, and PD was on scene.
And when you say code 2, what does code 2 mean?
Routine, so no lights or sirens, normal driving.
So you said routine, no lights or sirens. Does that, what does that indicate to you in terms of the criticality or how serious that call might be?
It'd be pretty low criticality.
Okay,
yeah.
so
No life-threatening indication if we're going code 2.
Okay. Where were you coming from when you heard about this Code 2?
We were downtown at HCMC when we got it.
And did you get into your ambulance at that time, assuming you were responding to a Code 2 call?
Yeah, I believe we were already in it, but
Okay.
yes.
Did the nature of that call or did the code level of that call change at some point?
It did about a minute and a half after we got it, I believe.
And what was the change?
We got a note saying Code 3, so upgraded to lights and sirens, emergent response to the scene.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you have any more information about what the Code 3 was?
No, not at that point.
So did you proceed as if, while you were en route, did you then upgrade in terms of your response to a Code 3?
Yes.
Meaning, did you turn on the lights and sirens?
Yep.
Okay. And ultimately, did you arrive at that location, the 38th and Chicago location?
We did.
What did you see when you arrived on scene?
As we were pulling up to the scene, I saw multiple officers on the side of the road with our patient lying on the ground next to a squad car.
So, as you were pulling up, was that the position that you observed them in, meaning the officers on top of the patient next to the squad car?
Yes.
Could you tell at that point, as you were approaching, what the situation was, or what the condition of the patient was at that moment?
No, there were multiple officers on top of the patient when we pulled up at that point. We assumed, I assumed that there was potentially some struggle still because they were still on top of him. So
Okay.
that was my assumption when we pulled up.
So when you got to the scene, having no additional information, seeing what you saw, that's what was going through your mind, is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
So when you got to the scene, what did you do next?
Parked the ambulance near the patient and got out. I walked to the back of the ambulance and my partner walked over to check on the patient.
And what did you see when you got out of the ambulance in terms of the patient's condition at that point?
I was standing a little ways away, so I couldn't get my partner would have had a more accurate description of his condition at that point. But from what I could see where I was at, I didn't see any breathing or movement or anything like that.
Did he appear to be unresponsive to you at that point in time?
From what I could tell, just standing from a distance, yes.
And was he in handcuffs?
Yes.
And we're describing the patient here. Was that patient later identified as George Floyd?
Yes.
So when you got out, your partner first approached, is that right? What were you doing at that initial point in time when you first got there?
As he went over to check on the patient, I was watching him to kind of get a cue on what we were going to do next, because we're still determining what the patient's condition was. So I was kind of waiting for him to go check on the patient and then know what to do next.
And at that point in time, when you were standing outside and your partner was approaching the patient, did you see a struggle of any kind going on, any movement, anything like that?
No.
Okay. So after your partner first approached, did you see what he was doing?
Yeah, he checked a pulse on his neck, a carotid pulse, and also looked like he checked the patient's pupils.
And did you discuss with your partner at that point next steps.
Yeah, he walked back towards me, and I asked, is he in cardiac arrest? And he said, I think so.
So, you use the word cardiac arrest. What does that mean?
It's the term we're going to use for anybody that's not responsive, not breathing, and doesn't have a pulse currently.
Okay. So, essentially, does that mean that someone's heart is stopped?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there multiple things that can cause someone's heart to stop?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So when you say cardiac arrest, you're dealing with a patient whose heart is stopped. Is that an emergency?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you guys, knowing that you had an individual, George Floyd, in cardiac arrest, what did you decide to do?
So my partner said, let's just get him in the truck. So I unloaded our stretcher to bring to the patient to place him in the ambulance.
And what was the reason for getting him into the truck?
Yeah. All of our equipment at that point was in the truck for resuscitating the patient. And we also didn't have Minneapolis Fire there yet, which they work with us on critical patients like that and help us a lot. So kind of for resource management, we needed to get in the truck. And then on top of that, there was also a crowd of people that appeared very upset on the sidewalk, and there was some yelling and stuff. And in my mind at least, we also want to get away from that, because running a cardiac arrest, it takes a lot of mental power and focus, and it can be taxing on our ability, so we want to do that in the optimum environment we can. And since the ambulance is right there, we want to be in that controlled space to start resuscitation.
And was part of your reason to move, as you described, to give the best care you could so that you could be focused and away from whatever distractions were happening outside?
Yeah.
And you described hearing people, yelling or loud voices, but was there a physical fight or anything like that happening while you were there?
Not that I saw, no.
Okay. But you decided it would be best for the patient to move to a controlled setting and do your work on the ambulance, is that right?
Yeah, and all of our equipment was there, yeah.
And when you also mentioned fire, tell me why it's important to have fire assist in a situation like this.
There's just a lot of different skills we're going to be doing on a patient to try to resuscitate them, and we work closely with Minneapolis Fire. They're all EMTs, and they work with us on resuscitating a patient, doing things like breathing for them with like a BVM to help the patient breathe, or do chest compressions, and stuff like that.
Okay, so I'm going to break down some of the things you said. You used the term BVM.
Sorry, yeah, it's a thing you squeeze to breathe for your patient, essentially.
To assist with if someone's not breathing, is that a part of the process to try to resuscitate
Yes.
the respiration?
Yes.
All right, and we're using the word fire. I assume we're talking about the Minneapolis Fire Department, is that
Yes.
right? And in a lot of people's minds, the fire department fights fires, but you're describing they're also EMTs.
Yeah.
So is it typical for them to assist you with a patient who's in extreme distress or a cardiac arrest or something like that?
Yes, it is.
And you said that there's a lot of work to do. Maybe you could just explain a little bit for the jury why it takes so many people. What's the process that you typically go through when you're trying to resuscitate a patient in that state?
We were doing things like chest compressions to hopefully circulate blood through their body, and you also need to control their airway. So there's some sort of airway has to be placed, and we have to breathe for them. We need to gain vascular access to like an IV or something, so we can give medications to try to resuscitate them, as well as our cardiac monitor, which is going to be monitoring a couple different things, but mainly their heart rhythm.
And to do all those things at the same time, I assume you would need more than one person at least.
Yeah, it's just the more help you have, you can get it done quicker and kind of running. Once you have everything established, it can run much smoother. But that initial part is helpful, having resources.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just back you up to when you got onto the scene and sort of that first initial interaction you had. I'm going to play a clip from what's already been admitted as Exhibit 47, and we're just going to play a clip from 20:27:35 to 20:29:45. If we could do that now.
Yeah, response right now. You guys might want to.
Right now.
Get off of his fucking neck, bro. Get off of his neck. Are you serious?
You get in the car? Get another car just for crowd.
Let's get him on this.
You're a bitch, bro. No, you gonna let him kick that like that? You gonna let him sit that man in front of you, bro? Huh?
Like what?
Bro, he's not even fucking moving right now, bro. He's not even fucking moving, You gonna just sit there with your nigga like, hey, bro, you a bitch, bro.
You guys can get out of the way.
Don't touch me.
Need this?
Let's go to 40.
You want one of us to ride with?
Yeah.
Ride with?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have my phone, so I'll be Baker. What's that?
Help get belted down.
Yep. Where are we going?
We're just going to be down the street.
Okay.
All right, so we can take that down. So just to kind of walk through that clip, the beginning of that clip, there was an individual with a hat bending down over the head of Mr. Floyd. Was that you or your partner?
That would have been my partner.
And what's your partner's name?
Derek
And what's his last name?
Smith.
And when you initially, at the beginning of that clip, when Mr. Smith was bending down over Mr. Floyd, was that the point in time when he was checking for a pulse and pupils that you described?
Yes.
And you may have been out of the frame for that, but what were you doing while that was going on?
I was at the back of the ambulance. I was standing at the back of the ambulance.
And while your partner was checking for a pulse and checking pupils, were the officers still on top of George Floyd while that process was going on?
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you a different clip with a different view of within that time frame. We're going to publish what's already been admitted as Exhibit 15, but just a short clip from that, which will be from 6:45:28 to 8:10:29. If we could publish that, please.
Bro, he's not even fucking moving. Get off of his fucking neck, bro. Get off of his neck.
Still on him, bro.
Yes, look at that,
Back on the street.
Are you serious? Bro, are you serious? And you gonna keep your thing on your neck? Yeah, I bet you. Bro,
I don't fucking touch him.
bro, I barely touched me like that, dude. I swear I'll slap the fuck out of both of y'all.
I didn't want to call the ambulance.
Bro, he's just gonna let him keep his hand on his neck, bro? You're a bitch, bro. Tao, you gonna let him keep that like that? You gonna let him kill that man in front of you, bro? Huh?
Like what?
Bro, he's not even fucking moving right now, bro. He's not even fucking moving.
This is what it is. We gotta deal with this shit.
Bro.
They're not gonna help us, bro.
Right, he black. They don't care.
97 years
If it
old,
ain't they
bro.
people, they don't care, bro.
You gonna just sit there with your knee on his neck, bro? You a real man for that, bro. He ain't handcuffed,
Look at him.
bro.
Just
You a real man, bro. You a real man, bro. I trained with these dumbass niggas,
The fact that you guys aren't checking his pulse and doing compressions if he needs that, you guys are on
Oh
another
my
level.
God, bro.
And then he just gonna
Okay.
pull him
They
up
just
there like
dragging
that,
him
bro.
like, come
Yeah,
on now.
and I have your name tag, bitch.
That's not very professional.
It don't matter. So what? Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech, fuck.
You can take that down. So at the end of that clip, there's another individual without a hat toward the head of Mr. Floyd. Was that you in that position at the end?
Yes.
And you were seen bending down over Mr. Floyd, and there was a gesture made with your hand. What were you attempting to do at that point in time?
Just have the officer move.
And again, did you have a conversation at that point, or what was the intent behind that?
I don't recall if I said anything or not. I'm not sure.
And why did you need the officer to move?
So we could move the patient.
And then were you continuing to assist on the head side of Mr. Floyd while the patient, Mr. Floyd, was moved?
Yes.
I believe there was a clip in there where you were holding or had your hands near his head. What were you trying to do there?
I was just trying to keep it from slamming down on the pavement as we moved him over.
And how would you describe sort of the way that Mr. Floyd was moved to the stretcher?
What do you mean by that?
That wasn't a very good question. You were trying to keep his head from slamming into the pavement. Why is that?
Because he was, I guess limp would be the best description. He wasn't, he was unresponsive and wasn't holding his head up or anything like that.
And were you trying to protect his head?
Yeah.
At that point, okay. All right, so what happened next? We saw the initial clip where Mr. Floyd was loaded up onto the ambulance. Did an officer come with you?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
To do chest compressions for us.
And was part of that the reason you described in terms of you need more people to work on a patient in this situation?
Yes.
So what did you do at that point in time?
I think you can see it in the video. My partner and I had a brief discussion that we were going to move a couple blocks away.
And was that for the reasons you described earlier?
Yes.
Did you ultimately go to another location?
Yeah, I went to the front and drove the ambulance and went to 36th and Park.
Okay, and I am going to show just you, not the jury, an exhibit that has not yet been admitted, but if we could just put exhibit 73 on the screen, please. All right, so you should see in front of you a map. Does that appear in front of you?
Yes.
And does that show a map of the area where you were on May 25th, 2020?
Yes.
And does it show both Cup Foods and sort of where the ambulance ultimately parked for a period of time to render assistance?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 73.
No objection, Your Honor.
73 is received.
And we'd ask permission to publish that to the jury. All right, so now that's up on the screen. If you could just describe where you went and how you got there.
And also status, if you want to draw on the screen.
Would have gone down 38th and then up Park here.
And if you could just describe, you had talked about the reason to move, but why did you need to stop?
Like I said, it's resource intensive or doing a resuscitation, so I needed to be in back to work with my partner in resuscitating Mr. Floyd.
And at that point, it was just the two of you plus this officer, is that right?
Yes.
And did your partner need your assistance to perform those resuscitative efforts?
Yes.
So what, did you ultimately park and then go back to assist in the back of the ambulance?
I did.
And what was going on when you got back there?
I can't remember everything that was going on at that exact moment when I walked into the ambulance, but
let's start with this. I mean, had his condition, had Mr. Floyd's condition improved? Had he gotten better?
No. I remember walking in and the cardiac monitor was showing asystole. So.
Okay. So I'm going to stop you there because that's a word that not a lot of people know. What is asystole?
Flatline, so it's monitoring your cardiac electrical activity. I guess like flatline is the most layperson-friendly term, but basically tells us your heart isn't really doing anything at that moment.
So there's essentially no activity in the heart.
Yes.
So when you came back and saw that the monitor showed asystole, well, what's the significance of that just in terms of a patient's condition?
It's not a good sign for a successful resuscitation. But.
And is that, can you explain why? Why is that?
Basically just because your heart isn't doing anything at that moment. There's not, it's not pumping blood, so it's not a good sign for a good outcome.
So what did you do noticing that he was in asystole, and obviously your partner had been working on him while you were driving as well, is that right?
Yes.
So how did you join in those efforts?
A couple different things. Worked on getting him placed on a Lucas device, which does chest compressions.
Okay, can we just stop for a sec so you can explain what the Lucas device is and how it works?
Yeah, it's a device placed over their chest that has a plunger that does compressions for us to do chest compressions to circulate blood. And I'm going to put on the screen what's already been admitted as Exhibit 62. All right. So Exhibit 62 is on the screen. Can you just describe what's shown here and what you're doing? There's a backboard that goes behind the patient, and it has to like click in and connect to it in order to work. So I was hooking it up.
And is that part of the Lucas device?
Yes.
So when you say backboard, maybe you could use your stylus or your finger to just sort of circle or point to what you're talking about.
That little yellow, it's a piece there, it's a board that goes all the way across their back.
Okay. And to set it up, it has to be positioned in a certain way, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you were assisting with getting that set up, and is the other hands here the other officer who was on the ambulance with you at that time?
Yes.
And then the other person behind you, is that your partner, Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll move to Exhibit 63, which has already been admitted. Okay, so once you get the Lucas device going, I mean, just describe what does it do? How does it assist you in this process? In providing compressions, that sort of thing.
Yeah. How does it assist us? I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, is it done sort of as a way to replace or make it so that hand CPR, that, you know, the compressions that people might think of when they think of CPR, does it sort of do that for you instead?
Yeah, it does that for us instead, yes.
And can you just sort of describe how that works? Maybe not the mechanics of the machine, but just what you see happening when you see somebody on a Lucas device.
That center plunger right on his chest, that moves up and down and does the compressions.
So does it also free up your hands to do other things while there are compressions being given by the machine?
Yes.
Okay, so after the Lucas device is set up, and before we actually move on, I mean, did you notice injuries on Mr. Floyd as well while you were working on him?
I wasn't really like examining him at the time for injuries, but I noticed some blood near his mouth.
Okay. But were those your primary concern at that point?
No.
And why is that?
It'd be just on glance, it looked like a minor injury, and it's not really a concern because we're worried about resuscitating him.
Because at that point he didn't have a heartbeat, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now in this picture in 63, which one of these individuals are you? Is you?
I'm the one near the patient's head.
Okay, so what are you doing there?
Placing an eye gel airway device.
And what is an eye gel airway device, and what does it do?
I place that in their mouth. It goes near the glottic opening to their trachea. Means you can use that BVM, that bag I was talking about, to breathe for them and ventilate them.
And why is that important to what you're doing?
It's a part of securing their airway to make sure liquid or fluid or vomit or anything doesn't end up in their lungs, and also helps us deliver oxygen and ventilate effectively.
And at this point, I assume that you're doing this because he's not breathing.
Yes.
Okay. Meaning no respirations are happening for him, so you're trying to use your equipment to do that. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So did you ultimately, well, let's move to Exhibit 64, which has already been admitted. Yes. So were you ultimately able to place that airway?
Yes.
And is this, in Exhibit 64, is that part of the process that you're working on with respect to Mr. Floyd's head and face, mouth area?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And your partner, what's he doing at that point in time?
He is working on getting IV access.
And you talked a little bit about IV access before, but what was the purpose of getting IV access in this, for his treatment, for Mr. Floyd's treatment?
To administer medications.
And what were the medications that were administered to Mr. Floyd?
All of them that we would have given.
Well, I don't know if it's a long list, but what was the primary purpose? What were you trying to give him?
Yeah, epinephrine is like a first line medication when somebody's in cardiac arrest.
Okay, so did you give him epinephrine?
Yes.
And why is that when you say it's a first line for cardiac arrest? What does it do?
Helps to restart their heart.
Okay. All right, so getting back to the treatment. We were talking about epinephrine and why you give that. And you said that's something, can you repeat what you said just so I can recall?
It's, at that point, it's something we're going to give to hopefully help their heart start working again.
And is that one of the things that you do, sort of standard practice with cardiac arrest?
Yes.
And do you also give sodium bicarbonate as one of your treatment options for a cardiac arrest as well?
Yes.
And is that does that provide assistance if there's been downtime or some extended period of time without a pulse? I can rephrase.
Sustain. Why don't we rephrase?
Why do you give sodium bicarbonate?
Based on my training that I was given, it's to help with acidosis.
And what is acidosis?
Essentially, your pH would be low. There's many different things that could be causing that, but
Well, why is it bad to have low pH?
I won't dive into the details on it because I'm not an expert, but based on my training, it needs to be, acidosis is bad and we need to work on correcting that.
And is acidosis something that can be caused by things like hypoxia?
Sustained.
All right, so when you're talking about acidosis, what are you trying to treat in the moment? What are you dealing with?
I'm giving sodium bicarb to help to optimize the patient's condition for successful resuscitation.
And in terms of your work as a paramedic, when you come upon somebody whose heart has stopped or who's in cardiac arrest, is giving medications like epinephrine and sodium bicarbonate part of that sort of standard treatment plan for you?
Yes.
Okay. I believe we just took down Exhibit 64. We're going to just put up Exhibit 65. Okay. Maybe if we could just go back to 64 just for a second because I'm not quite sure which exhibit I had on there. All right, I believe we had 64 up. Let's move to 65. Okay, and again, could you just describe what you're doing at this moment in Exhibit 65?
At that moment, I am working on securing the iGel airway device. In my right hand there, that blue thing is a tube holder, we call it, to put in the patient's mouth to keep the airway device in place.
Okay. And while you're working on the airway, is your partner working on the IV?
Yes.
And was that for purposes of administering the medications we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. Thank you. At some point, did the Minneapolis Fire Department arrive to your location to assist?
Yes.
And what was Mr. Floyd's condition at that point in time when they arrived?
We're the same. Yeah.
It hadn't improved, is that right?
No.
Okay. What did you do when the fire, how many firefighters came?
I don't know that I can remember for sure how many were in the back. I believe it was 2, but I'm not 100% sure.
And did your role change at that point when the firefighters arrived?
Yeah.
What did you do at that point?
I believe at that point I started working on working on IV access.
And was there sort of a switch of jobs when the firefighters came in?
Yeah, at some point the officer stepped out and I kind of moved down to near where he was sitting.
Okay. So when the firefighters came, did you feel like there were enough people to do what you needed to do for Mr. Floyd in order to get him where he needed to go?
Yeah.
So you said the officer stepped off. Did one of the firefighters take over with respect to what you were working on in the airway?
Yeah, the airway was established, so they're working on squeezing that bag to breathe for the patient.
And maybe you could just describe how that works. Does someone need to squeeze the bag in order to provide, well, how does it work?
Yeah, it's just a bag that you're going to squeeze roughly every 5 to 6 seconds to breathe for the patient.
And so after you had set it up and the firefighters arrived, did one of them take over that part?
From what I remember, yes.
And then you said you moved down and assisted with the IV. Can you just describe that?
I just worked on trying to get IV access.
And was there some difficulty with that?
A little bit, I believe. I believe we had IO access at some point, but I don't know when that was done.
And what is IO access?
It's a needle that drills into your bone in your leg. It's another way of giving medications.
And why would you need to have that kind of access?
Same reason, to give medications to try to resuscitate them.
And if maybe you could describe why you might initially go from one location to moving to IO access.
IO is often done if you're having difficulty with IV access, and it's common to do in a cardiac arrest.
And IO stands for?
Intraosseous.
Intraosseous, and IV is?
Intravascular.
Okay. So at some point, did that get established, an IO line?
Yeah.
And was that the way that the medications were administered?
I would need to look at the documentation to be for sure on that, but I believe that's how they were administered.
But in any event, do you recall that he was administered those medications?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
We continued working on resuscitating him for a period of time, and then I kind of had everything done we wanted to, and then I went to the front and started driving to the hospital.
Maybe you could just explain, was there something that you needed to accomplish before you felt comfortable moving again, driving the vehicle elsewhere?
Yeah, I think there's a standard set of, we call it like ACLS guidelines from the American Heart Association. It's how we're trained and how we do provide care in a resuscitation like this. We kind of had all those things in place.
So what are those things? Just generally, what are you trying to do?
Yeah, just the highlights. I'll say chest compressions, breathing for them, and doing medications that we need to give them.
And is it your objective to have those things in place before you transport to the hospital?
Yeah, it's time sensitive to have them done, so we need to get them done right away.
And maybe you could explain what's time sensitive about these resuscitative processes?
Just the longer the patient goes without receiving resuscitation, the lower likelihood they will be resuscitated.
And in your training as a paramedic, when you're talking about time sensitivity, when it comes to resuscitative efforts or things like CPR or anything like that, what are you trained to do in terms of timing?
Can you rephrase the question?
Yeah, that was not a good question. Is it important to start resuscitative efforts immediately after someone does not find a pulse?
As soon as we can, yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Primary goal, I would say, is circulating blood through chest compressions. Yeah.
And I think you previously testified, if there's a delay, does that lessen your likelihood of success?
Rephrase.
What happens if there's a delay?
Based on my understanding, that's not good for his outcome.
Okay. So ultimately, after you had the things in place that you just described, did you then transport Mr. Floyd to the hospital?
Yes.
And were you the driver?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the screen just for you an exhibit that has not yet been admitted as Exhibit 67. Can you see that?
Yes.
And does this image fairly and accurately show you and your partner and the firefighters unloading Mr. Floyd at the hospital?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 67.
Any objection?
No objection.
67 is received.
Permission, thank you. And once you got to the hospital, did you assist in moving Mr. Floyd, transferring him inside to the hospital with the others?
Yes.
And we can take that down, thank you. And what happened at that point in time, once you were bringing him to the hospital?
There's a room we call the stay room for critical patients. We bring him into the ER. Brought him in there and moved him over to the hospital bed.
And what was his condition? You had talked about asystole at the beginning of your interaction with him. Once you had worked on him and then brought him to the hospital, what was his condition at that point in time?
I don't know what his exact cardiac rhythm was at that point, but his overall condition did not appear to change.
And had you noted any changes? Was there a period of time of pulseless electrical activity?
At some point, yes.
And would that have been at some point after the asystole?
Yeah, I can't tell you exactly what point it was, but...
Sure. So just so we know what we're talking about here, what is pulseless electrical activity?
It's essentially it's picking up an organized rhythm, so electricity over your heart, but we don't feel a pulse anywhere. So it's, on our purposes, it's not perfusing, so we'd continue chest compressions.
Okay, so you said not perfusing. What does that mean?
Yeah, so we don't feel a pulse, so there's no blood being pumped through the body to your organs.
And if you, well, as someone is being worked on or compressions are being given, can things change in terms of the heart rhythm in your experience as a paramedic?
Yes.
But if you have pulseless electrical activity, what does that mean in terms of the change?
It's, as far as how we're going to be resuscitating him, it's the same as asystole. So
your course of action remain the same?
Yeah, asystole and PEA is like the same protocol, I guess you'd call it, for how we resuscitate.
And even though there was, when he first arrived, he was in asystole, at some point later there was PEA. At any point, did he regenerate a pulse or come to? Was he revived?
No.
And ultimately at the hospital, was there a report given to staff at the hospital about his condition and all of those things that you did?
Yes, my partner would have given that report to the hospital.
And were you assisting with the other needs as well? Were you part of that process?
Yeah.
And what did you do after Mr. Floyd was handed off to medical staff at the hospital?
I would have just been bringing equipment back to our truck and putting it back together.
Again, over the course of your interaction with him and treatment of Mr. Floyd, did you notice any positive change, any revival?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, we're afternoon. Sorry, I had to check the time.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Just have a few follow-up questions for you. I want to just understand sort of the very briefly, the progression of your education and kind of the differences. Is CPR training then different than being an EMT?
You're talking about like a CPR certification?
Yes.
Yes. It's a part of it, but yeah, it's different.
So the basic kind of resuscitative training someone could receive would be a CPR certification?
Yes.
And then kind of a higher level of education would be an EMT, right?
Yeah.
And then a higher level than an EMT is a paramedic?
Yes.
And then up through, all the way up to doctors and stuff, right?
Sure.
Okay. And you are a paramedic, you said you've been about 4 years now?
With Hennepin EMS, I was a paramedic elsewhere prior.
Okay. How many years total as a paramedic?
I started as a paramedic in 2013.
Okay. And so in Hennepin, for Hennepin County, do you frequently service calls in the city of Minneapolis?
Yes.
Do you frequently call or service calls where police officers are involved?
Yes.
Do you have you arrived at a scene where you've seen officers on top of a person before?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Have you been called to other calls where a suspect has struggled with the police?
Yes.
What does it mean to stage as an EMS?
What does it mean to stage?
Mm-hmm.
If you're referring to like staging for safety purposes?
Correct.
Yeah, if a scene is not safe, we will stage in the area and wait for police to give us what's a code 4, we call it, that it's safe to come in.
And just for clarification purposes, you were not asked to stage in this event, right? Because of the crowd?
No, we were not.
All right. But generally speaking, it's common for police to arrive at a scene, deal with whatever the circumstances are, and then EMS is called in after police has dealt with the danger of the situation, right?
Can you say that question again?
Sure. It's kind of long-winded. Police will frequently go to a call before EMS to deal with some dangerous situation. Right?
Yeah, it completely depends on the type of call.
Right. Is the course of being a paramedic, have you responded to other overdose calls or overdose calls?
I have responded to overdose calls, yes.
And is it Hennepin EMS policy to have police respond to those calls with you?
Yes, they do usually. I can't reference a policy, but
okay.
In my practice, or my experience, they do respond with us.
And is that because when people are sometimes resuscitated or treated for an overdose, they become aggressive and violent?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Overruled. If you know.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Sure. Is it the practice to have police respond to those calls because when people are resuscitated or revived from an overdose, they can become violent or aggressive?
It can happen sometimes, yes.
Have you personally seen that happen?
Yes.
So turning your attention to May 25th of 2020, you were the driver of the ambulance that day, correct? Or for this call, I should say.
For that call, yes.
And after all of this, you would agree that you have met with law enforcement officers during the course of the investigation of this case?
Yes.
And you have made statements, and you know those statements were recorded?
Yes.
And do you know that, have you had an opportunity to review a transcript of your statement prior to today's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. You've also met with the prosecution team a couple of times, is that correct?
Yes.
In preparation, including as late as last night, correct?
Yes.
And you kind of just talked about what your testimony was going to be today, right?
Yes.
All right. So on May 25th, when you arrived, you testified that you saw sort of a crowd standing out around the police officers, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived, the ambulance actually pulled ahead of where Mr. Floyd and the officers were located, correct?
Yes.
And that would be for ease of loading him into the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
So that basically the back of the ambulance would be in line with Mr. Floyd's and Mr. Floyd to kind of get him into the ambulance, right?
Yes.
All right. And so when you got out of the ambulance and you walked back towards the office, you would have had to walk back towards the officers, correct?
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, yes. I don't know which side of the ambulance I walked back on, but yes.
Well, if you're the driver, you would have gotten out of the driver's side and walked along the driver's side of the car.
Doesn't necessarily mean I walked down that side, back to the back of the ambulance, but
okay. You may have gone around the front.
I may have gone around. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall describing to agents the position that you saw Mr. Floyd in at that time?
I can't. Yes, I remember talking about it.
You remember talking about it?
Yes.
And what did you tell the agents about how you observed Mr. Floyd's body position to be?
I can't remember exact details. I remember he was on the ground and he had handcuffs in place.
Okay. Do you remember saying that he was primarily on his left side?
I think I did say that, yes.
Okay. And is that what you recall today?
He wasn't. I don't remember if I clarified that at all. Like, to me, it seemed like he was leaned to his left. Is kind of I think what I tried to say.
So he was kind of leaned to his left, and I think you said, and he was sort of rolled forward onto his stomach a little bit.
Yes.
Would you dispute me if I say that's what the transcript refers to?
No.
Okay. All right. And so you and your partner decided to do what's called a load and go, right?
To get into the ambulance, yes.
Right. And to leave.
To move, we didn't leave. We moved to a different location, yes.
Right. And that was out of concern because of the people that were around, right? And the general atmosphere at the scene at that point.
Yes. That was a part of it, yes.
In terms, I forgot to ask you one question. Generally speaking, in terms of your response to calls where police are struggling with an individual, does Hennepin EMS carry ketamine with them?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of the ketamine?
It has multiple purposes.
Is one of them to sedate someone if they are struggling?
It is able to use for that, yes.
Obviously that you didn't apply ketamine in this case.
No.
So you loaded Mr. Floyd into the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And one of the 4 Minneapolis police officers that you observed at that scene got into the ambulance with you, correct?
Yes.
It was one of the same officers that you observed on Mr. Floyd at the time, correct?
I wasn't keeping track of who was who at that point. I believe he was near Mr. Floyd.
So the photos that we looked at, right?
Yeah.
Those came from what appeared to be a body-worn camera, correct?
Yes.
There's no camera in the care compartment of an Hennepin County EMS ambulance, is there?
No.
And you do not wear body cameras as paramedics, correct?
No.
So those photographs came from an officer's body-worn camera?
Yes.
And so that officer initially started assisting with chest compressions of Mr. Floyd?
Yes. I wasn't in back when that would have happened, but...
Your partner was?
Yes.
And he would probably be the person to ask about that?
Yeah, I would have been... you can see in the footage we watched, but I was there for a brief period and then went to the front to move.
All right. So you've seen the body-worn camera footage from inside of the ambulance?
I've seen a good amount of it. I don't know if I've seen all of it, but
okay,
I've seen a good amount of it.
You described the Lucas device putting on the, or that you described that Lucas device that does the chest compressions, right?
Yes.
It was your partner that was putting that on with that police officer, correct?
No, I was putting that on with the police officer.
Okay. So you were in the ambulance when the officer was performing chest compressions?
Yes, after I pulled over on 36th and Park and got in the back, he would have been doing chest compressions.
So the first thing you did was load Mr. Floyd in to the vehicle. You drive to 36th and Park, right?
Yes.
And while you drove that distance to 36th and Park, the officer was in the back with your partner performing chest compressions?
I would assume I wasn't in back.
Right. And then, but when you got into the back to assist your partner, that's what you observed was the officer performing chest compressions?
What I remember, that he was doing them at that time, yeah.
And then you and he actually attached the Lucas device to Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Okay. And it was a little difficult to get on?
Yes.
There was a latch problem or something?
Yes.
And then at some point you testified that you did, I think you call it an iGel aerate device?
Airway.
Airway device. I'm sorry. You inserted that into Mr. Floyd's mouth, right?
Yes.
Now, does that actually go down into the throat? Is it like a tube that goes through the throat?
Partially, yeah.
Okay. Any difficulty getting that in?
No, there wasn't difficulty getting it. You went in fine. The first one I grabbed was too small.
Okay. So there are different sizes?
Yeah, there's different sizes. So I had to, initially I put that one in, and then had to pull it out and put a larger one in.
Okay. So there was nothing constricting or obstructing your ability to insert that device into his mouth and throat?
No.
And the medications that you described, the sodium bicarb and the epinephrine were applied, and some other medications as well?
Yeah, I'd have to look at the report to know exactly what meds were given, but yes, those meds were given.
Right. And once you kind of got those initial three things you described done, at some point fire came out as well, right?
Correct.
And let me ask you one question that I forgot to ask you about the initial call. The initial call you said was code 2, correct? And it got upgraded to code 3, meaning lights and sirens.
Correct.
And that was about a minute and a half after the initial call, agreed?
Based on what I looked at the times, from what I've seen after, it looked like it was about a minute and a half.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the time from when it got upgraded until you arrived on scene, would you agree that was about six and a half minutes, something like that?
I believe it was close to that, yes.
Okay. And then it was was it you who added fire to the call, or was it your partner?
I believe, I can't say for sure who said it first. I believe my partner said it first over the radio.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's when fire gets dispatched, and they ultimately, you understand, went to Cup Foods first?
I heard that afterwards, yes.
Okay. You didn't know it at the time?
No, when as we were moving to 36th and Park, I went over the radio and told our dispatch that we were going to be moving to have fire meet us there.
Okay. Yeah. And then the information you had as you were initially responding was that there was a mouth injury, correct?
Yes.
And that there was information that the male may be intoxicated or impaired?
Yeah, there were some notes about, I can't remember the exact wording, but there's something about substance use, or I can't remember if it said narcotic or substance use concern, and then there was a note saying he was on top of a vehicle.
Okay, so you remember seeing that in the computer-aided dispatch?
Yeah, I saw that on the way to the call. Right. Or sorry, that would have been my partner that would have seen that.
Okay. And then there was also some information that police had Mr. Floyd restrained on the ground, right?
In our CAD notes.
Okay.
I'm
You were
not
driving.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There was a note that popped up right as we were arriving, so I'm not sure if you're referring to that, but I don't recall if it said he was restrained or not.
Okay. Fair enough. I have no further questions.
Selfridge.
Mr. Ravender, you were asked some questions about responding to scenes where someone might be violent or struggling, things of that nature. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And when you got to the scene, was Mr. Floyd struggling or violent in any way?
No.
Did it appear to you that he was already dead when you got there?
No.
I wouldn't know when I pulled up on scene, but I did not see him, as I testified earlier. When I was standing at the back of the ambulance, I didn't see him moving or breathing.
Right. So from what you saw, did you see someone who appeared to be unresponsive?
Yes.
And in cardiac arrest?
As we learned, yes.
And you were asked some questions about ketamine, things of that nature. Is ketamine a drug that's given to people that are alive and struggling?
Sometimes, yes.
And is that a treatment option for you for somebody who is exhibiting those behaviors that you were asked about? Violence and struggling, that sort of thing. Alive and moving, basically. Is that right?
Yeah, it's for profound agitation, so somebody that's really violent.
You would not give that to somebody who is dead or in cardiac arrest or unresponsive, is that right?
Correct, we would not give it, no.
And you're asked about responding to overdoses as part of your job. When you respond to overdose deaths or an opioid overdose death, what do you look for in terms of someone's pupils?
We look at them to see if they're small. Their pupils are really small.
When you say small, is that like pinpoint, constricted pupils?
Pinpoint, yes.
And do you know what Mr. Floyd's pupils looked like when you and your partner arrived on scene?
I don't recall looking at them myself. I know like I said, my partner checked them initially.
And did you receive a report about that from him?
Yeah, he did say something. I'd be kind of guessing. I believe, I think I know what he said, but.
All right, we'll move on from that. Okay. You were asked some questions about the crowd and whether that was the reason to move Mr. Floyd to another location. Remember those questions on cross-examination?
Yes.
But you testified on direct examination that there are a number of things that you consider when you determine whether to move someone. Is that right?
Yes.
So is having a crowd one of those things that you might consider?
It's one thing to consider, yes.
But you also talked about how you needed a significant amount of equipment that was in your ambulance. Is that right?
Rephrase.
What are the other things that you consider in terms of why to move somebody to another location?
Overruled.
You can answer.
Sorry, can you ask that last part just one more time?
What are the things that you take into account when deciding whether to move a patient to another location?
Yeah, so in that case, moving into the ambulance was equipment was a consideration of that, and being in a good environment to resuscitate.
And do you also, I believe you may have testified about this, but does it require focus on your part?
Yes.
And are all of those things part of your consideration on a scene about what to do? If I may have just a moment. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Bravender, have you, in your experience, ever responded to a scene of someone under the influence of methamphetamines?
Yes.
Do methamphetamines cause that same restriction in the eyeballs?
My understanding, no.
And in fact dilates them, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thanks.
Members of the jury, we'll take our lunch recess. We'll try and reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
All right, state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Derek Smith.
Stand by the chair. Yes, sir. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
And if you could pull up to the microphone. And we've been having witnesses take off their mask. If you could do that if you feel comfortable.
Yes, sir.
And if you could start by stating your full name, spelling each of your names.
Repeat that, please.
State your full name, spell each of your names.
Full name, spell my name. My name is Derek Smith. First name D-E-R-E-K. Last name is Smith, traditional spelling, S-M-I-T-H.
Hey, Ms. Eldridge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Hi.
What do you do for work, sir? Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, currently I am a paramedic with Hennepin EMS.
And how long have you worked with Hennepin EMS?
Going on 4 years this summer.
And have you worked as a paramedic or in the capacity as a paramedic before that?
I worked for Gwinnett County down in Georgia for approximately a year as a trainee with pretty much paramedic school for fire and EMS. I also worked BLS as a paid-on-call firefighter for the city of Andover.
Okay, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Did you say VLS?
BLS, basic life support, just first responder stuff.
Okay, so maybe could you describe a little bit what basic life support training you got?
EMT and stuff, equivalent to the Minneapolis Fire Department.
So before going through your paramedic training, had you initially received some EMT or basic type of life support type training? Excuse me.
Correct.
All right, so in terms of your job as a paramedic with Hennepin EMS, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
We respond to various calls for emergency medical services in various environments.
And are those wide-ranging? And could you give some examples of the types of calls that you respond to?
Examples of calls I respond to, car accidents, intoxicated people, overdoses, seizures, heart attacks, stub toes.
So it can be a variety of things, is that right?
Correct.
And does that include cardiac arrests?
Yes.
Okay. And when you respond to a cardiac arrest, what does that mean?
A cardiac arrest, when I respond to that?
What's a cardiac arrest?
A cardiac arrest is an individual that is, in lay's terms, dead, not producing a pulse, they're not breathing.
So when you, as a paramedic, use terms like cardiac arrest or full arrest, is that what you mean?
They're, in lay terms, dead, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to direct your attention to May 25th of last year.
Okay.
Were you on duty as a paramedic with Hennepin EMS that date?
Yes, miss.
And did you respond to a call that evening?
Yes, miss.
Just a little bit back. That way, not quite. A little bit. There you go.
Sorry, sir.
Not a problem. We have to adjust for everybody, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if you can't hear me, please let me know. And if I can't hear you, I'll let you know.
Thank you, miss.
So getting back to May 25th, what was the initial code or the initial type of call that you understood you were responding to?
We were called Code 2, which means non-emergent, to a mouth injury.
And then at some point en route to that scene, was that call upgraded?
Yes.
And what was the information you had at that time in terms of the upgrade?
At that time, it was code 3.
And what is code 3?
Lights and sirens, get there with due regard and as quickly as possible.
And at that point in time, was that all the information you had in terms of first being code 2 and then code 3? Not any, did you have any additional information about why it was elevated to a code 3?
At that time, I had no additional information other than code 3.
So where did you ultimately respond to that code 3 call? Was that in the area of 38th in Chicago?
That's correct.
And what did you observe? What did you see when you arrived on scene?
What did I observe when I arrived on scene? There was a police squad, an individual laying down, 3 officers on the individual. There was multiple people. There was multiple cell phones out. There was elevated tones used. It didn't feel like a welcoming environment.
So when you arrived and you said that you saw 3 officers on top of an individual, that individual that they were on top of, was he later identified?
Yes.
And was that individual identified to be George Floyd?
Yes.
So when you come up and you see the scene, 3 officers on top of George Floyd, and you said other individuals with cell phones out, what did you do when you arrived?
What did I do when I arrived on scene? Assessed all corners around us, just gauge what was going on. I walked up to the individual, noticed he wasn't moving. I didn't see any chest rise or fall on this individual. He was in handcuffs at the time. I went up and, sorry.
And when you approached, you said he was in handcuffs. As you approached him to inspect further, were the officers still on top of him?
The officers were still on him when I approached.
And what did you do when you approached?
I was assessing the scene and running through what care may be needed.
And did you take some initial steps, like checking for a pulse?
I checked for a pulse.
And did you also check the individual, Mr. Floyd's, pupils?
I did.
And what did you determine at that point?
They were large, dilated.
So you determined that his pupils were large and dilated. What about a pulse?
I did not palpate a pulse.
And when you say palpate, is that you didn't feel or detect a pulse?
I did not detect a pulse.
And what did his condition appear to be to you, overall?
In lay terms, I thought he was dead.
So, what did you do next?
I kind of looked for my partner and told him I think he's dead and I want to move this out of here.
Okay.
And I will begin care in the back.
Did you say you would begin care in the back?
Of my rig.
And is the rig where your equipment is to deal with something like a cardiac arrest?
Yes, miss.
I'm going to show you something that has not been admitted but has been marked as Exhibit 56. So we'll just show it on your screen at the moment. Do you see that on your screen?
It's kind of a glare, but yeah.
Can you see it now if you reposition a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we here, Judge? This? Yeah. I get the gist of it, yeah. But me touching this carotid artery, there's no pulse.
All right. So you recognize this image is yourself checking for Mr. Floyd's pulse. Is that a fair and accurate picture of that?
Yes, miss.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 56.
Any objection? 56 is received.
And I'd ask to publish it. All right. And I think you just described this as you checking for a carotid pulse. Is that right?
That's correct.
What's a carotid pulse? What does that mean?
The artery in the neck. It's one we check for that. It's closest to the heart. There should be one there if you're up and breathing.
Okay. And at the time you're checking for this...
Alive. Pardon me?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Or I meant alive, I said breathing. Anyways, go ahead.
So why don't I just circle back to that?
Okay.
You're checking for a carotid pulse. What was your response to that? It would be one that you would find if you were... Please finish your thought.
Repeat it, please.
I apologize.
No, it's on me.
Why do you check the carotid pulse, and what would you expect?
In a living person, there should be a pulse there. I did not feel one. I suspected this patient to be dead.
Okay.
In lay terms.
And at the moment that you're checking for this carotid pulse, are the officers still positioned on top of Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to take down Exhibit 56, and I'm going to put on the screen an exhibit that has already been admitted as Exhibit 248. If we could put that up, please. And then, does this show a different angle of your initial, well, what does this show here? Do you see yourself in this picture?
Yes.
Okay, and what are you doing?
I am at the top of the screen there in that brown uniform.
And you can use the stylus to be a little stylus or your finger to, it's a touch screen, so you can just point out where you were.
That's me.
Okay. And what are you doing in this picture?
I think I'm grabbing my flashlight and I'm assessing what's going on here.
Okay. And then in terms of using your flashlight, is that something you use to assist with checking pupils?
Yes, miss.
Okay. So while you were at the head of Mr. Floyd, did you check both his pulse and his pupils?
Yes, miss.
All right. And we can take that down. So at that point, what happened next after you did those things?
After I checked pulse and pupils?
Yes.
I looked for my partner and provided him that I believed the individual to be deceased. I wanted to get off scene, and I would start here in the back.
And did you take steps to make that happen?
Yeah, we grabbed our stretcher, our poles and canvas, and we were starting to prep to move the patient.
And did you have any interaction with the officers in terms of moving the patient?
Once we got the poles and canvas on the ground, the officers were very helpful in moving the patient onto the canvas.
So did the officers assist you in moving
Yes.
the patient? Did you have to provide some direction to them in terms of moving the patient?
Yes, at one point I had to tell one of them to get out of the way. They're in my way.
Okay. And then why was that? What were you trying to accomplish?
I wanted to get my patient to my rig as quickly as possible so I could begin my resuscitation efforts. He was standing in between the stretcher and where I needed to be. He needed to be eliminated from the situation.
And were you you said as quickly as possible. Why were you trying to get things done as quickly as possible?
For my patient care.
And is timing something important when it comes to someone who's in cardiac arrest?
Yes.
And why is that?
His heart isn't beating, and it should be, and the longer it isn't beating, the greater the likelihood this individual will not be resuscitated.
Okay. So, did you ultimately load the patient onto the ambulance?
Yes.
And did you end up, did one of the officers on scene come with you?
We had one officer from Minneapolis, yes.
And why was that?
I needed somebody to start chest compressions.
And when you arrived on scene, did you observe anyone rendering any medical care or chest compressions when you arrived?
When I arrived on scene, there was no medical services being provided to the patient.
Okay. So when you got on the ambulance, did you do some further assessment of Mr. Floyd's condition?
Yes.
And was it at that point that, well, what did you do next?
We're in the back of the rig.
Yes.
I had them shut the doors. I took the Minneapolis police officer with me. I started to declothe the individual to better assess.
And just to stop you right there, why do you have to do something like that?
To better assess what's going on, to get room to just do my job and provide patient care.
And when you declothe an individual, does that provide further access in terms of any IV or other options for you?
Yes.
What did you observe at that point as you were doing your initial assessment of Mr. Floyd?
He had some superficial injuries to his face and shoulder, it appeared. I reconfirmed that he was pulseless and wasn't breathing. I had to take the handcuffs off. I had the clothes getting removed so I could prepare to take care of this individual.
And did you personally take off the handcuffs?
Yes, I took off the handcuffs.
How are you able to do that as a paramedic?
I have a pair of handcuff keys.
So in the line of your work, you're able to use those keys to take handcuffs off an individual?
Yes.
And is that the key that you use?
Yes.
And did you provide some additional direction to the law enforcement officer who was with you?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that?
I inquired to the events prior to my arrival, and I also directed him to do chest compressions.
And was that when those chest compressions, upon your direction, was that when chest compressions first began, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, chest compressions began when I initiated them with Minneapolis PD.
Okay. And when you say initiated them, was that a direction that you gave to the officer to start compressions?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to put on the screen an exhibit that has been admitted as Exhibit 57. All right. So just walking back through what you just testified about, can you just describe what's shown here?
That is the patient on our stretcher. That is the back of our ambulance. That is me in a paramedic uniform. I am checking for a carotid pulse.
And was this subsequent to, after your initial check on the street?
I was reconfirming my initial assessment.
And again,
yes, he still did not have a pulse.
Okay. And then let's move to Exhibit 58, please. And what are you doing in Exhibit 58?
Checking for a pulse, repositioning.
And when you say repositioning, just tell the jury why you might reposition somebody.
I was just hoping to find a pulse and reposition for an airway. Just reconfirming that I needed to start working a cardiac arrest.
And had anything changed in terms of your initial assessment?
No, miss.
So you were not able to detect a pulse,
Correct.
is that right? And did he appear to be breathing?
No, miss.
All right, we'll move to Exhibit 59. And you indicated that you had given some direction to an officer to start chest compressions. Can you just describe what's shown here?
It appears to be the officer starting chest compressions.
And let's move to Exhibit 60, please. And in terms of injuries noted, what injuries did you observe on Mr. Floyd?
Some relatively superficial injuries that I don't believe at the time would resolve in a cardiac arrest.
And I think you made 2 arrows, one to the nose area and one to the left shoulder area. In terms of your treatment of the patient, were these, you said superficial, were these not your primary concern?
No, the cardiac arrest was my primary concern.
Okay. And then we'll put on Exhibit 61, which has already been admitted on the screen. And again, just with respect to the injuries, is this image consistent with what you were describing?
Yes. Visual.
All right. And you're pointing to, you made an arrow on the nose area. What did you observe there?
Yeah, I didn't suspect a life-threatening injury, and I was going to go work a cardiac arrest.
Okay. But does that arrow indicate a finding of some kind? Was there blood or something else you saw there?
It appeared to be blood of a superficial injury.
Okay. But that injury not life-threatening is what you're talking about?
Not, in my opinion.
You were dealing with the cardiac arrest?
Correct.
Okay. All right. We can take that down, please. So ultimately, did you and your partner move with the patient to another location?
Once the individual was loaded, I had directed my partner to move us somewhere more secure and stable and to update fire.
And when you say update fire, what does that mean?
To our new location, and that we're working a full arrest.
So I understand. When you inform fire that you're working a full arrest, what is the message that you're trying to get across? Is there a need that you have?
I requested them code 3 as soon as I got on scene, and I was just reconfirming with my partner that I want them code 3 and that where we're going to be going, please get there to help. I'm in the back essentially working a cardiac arrest alone.
So what was your concern working a cardiac arrest alone and needing fire to come code 3? I mean, what is...
There's a lot to be done in a little bit of time. I'm only human.
And does a cardiac arrest require a lot of hands-on?
Yes.
Okay. And while you're relocating and your partner is driving and you're in the back, are you continuing to assess the patient and continuing to work on the patient?
Yes.
So what, during that period of time, did you observe about his condition? Maybe more specific, anything you noted about a rhythm or lack of rhythm when it came to...
Once we got the pads on, I noticed he was in a systole, meaning he is not producing electrical activity in the heart, and it's not perfusing any blood flow.
So when you say once you got the pads
it's a flat
on...
line.
You said flat line, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to try to finish the question. And then
Sorry, I'll shut up, go.
It's okay, no problem.
Okay.
No problem. But let me just back up just so that we're clear. I think you said he was in asystole or flat line once you got the pads on. So can you just describe just how that works? You know, once you have pads on a patient, what are you able to see on your monitor?
Since I didn't feel a pulse, I put the pads on because it shows the electrical rhythm on our Zoll monitor. It also allows us to provide a defibrillation in the event that the rhythm presented as such. But being it was a systole, it's a non-shockable rhythm per our protocols.
Okay. So I'll just follow up on that a little bit. You said the pads are connected to a Zoll monitor. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what's the Zoll monitor?
We can take blood pressures, get pulse ox, CO2 readings. It reads the heart rhythm. Take 12 leads on there.
And is that the way you're able to see what's going on with respect to your patient's heart? On your monitor?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, yes.
And you said that at that point he was in asystole, which is a non-shockable rhythm. Is that right?
That's correct.
So does that mean then that defibrillation or applying a shock would not be something you could do at that point?
Correct. Per my protocols, you don't shock a systole.
Okay, and why is that?
It's just not what you do.
Okay. Is there...
You want to change the rhythms, in my understanding. It's not a rhythm. It needs other interventions to get to a better rhythm.
Okay. So in terms of what it means, right, when you say flatline or asystole, I mean, what does that mean in terms of patient status?
It means they're dead.
Okay. And what were you doing in terms of trying to provide whatever care you could provide, knowing that he was in asystole? What were the next steps you took?
I was working a cardiac arrest.
And maybe you could walk through that. So when you work a cardiac arrest, what do you do?
We initiated the chest compressions. I was trying to get our Lucas together. I got the pads on the gentleman. I was getting airway equipment ready, starting to prep some meds and access points and stuff.
And at some point, after the ambulance was parked at another location, did your partner come back and assist with those things?
Yes.
And ultimately, did you set up the things that you needed to set up for your protocols in terms of IV and airway and those kinds of things?
By the time my partner got in the back,
Right.
I hadn't done everything, no. But I was in the process of attempting to resuscitate this individual.
So while you were en route, you were working on the patient, and were you working continuously also when your partner came back after you were parked?
Yes, we were continuing to work a cardiac arrest.
Okay. And ultimately, did Minneapolis firefighters meet you at the location as you had requested?
Eventually, we met up, yes.
And then, what happened at that point?
We had the officer leave. Fire took over breathing. We had all the airway set up, oxygen. He was on our monitor. We had the Lucas going. And I started handing out drugs because we had to mix our epis and our sodium bicarbs and spike some saline bags. And I had just said, hey, get as much as you can.
Okay, so let me stop you there because you just told us a lot of information. So when you said handing out drugs, I mean, is there a specific, are there particular drugs you give when you're dealing with a cardiac arrest?
Yes.
And do those include epinephrine and sodium bicarbonate?
Yes.
And do you have particular concerns or particular courses of action when somebody may have been pulseless for a relatively extended period of time?
Yes.
And maybe, did you follow those protocols in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So after the firefighters get on the ambulance and the officer leaves, at some point, do you proceed on to Hennepin County Medical Center?
At some point, we headed on to Hennepin County.
And what was the determining factor in that, right? What had to happen before you were able to move to the hospital, in your view?
In my view, we got him to a relatively stable position where I could manage this cardiac arrest. We had the firefighters now, we had airways secured, we had some various drugs on board, we had the Lucas going, doing the chest compressions, I had him on my monitor. I was able to just kind of conduct, more or less, this cardiac arrest while providing the treatments en route.
And while you were en route, that treatment continued. Were you actively working on him the whole time you were with him?
Yes.
And while you were traveling en route to the hospital, did you at some point deliver a shock or administer a shock?
Yes.
Can you just describe why you did that and how that came about?
I was checking and monitoring the patient, and I believe saw a run of pulseless VTAC, and that is a different algorithm per my protocol, which indicates a defibrillation, which I provided.
Okay, so at some point when was it that you detected pulseless electrical activity?
En route to Hennepin Healthcare Medical Center.
And I think you testified that is a shockable rhythm per your protocols?
Yes, pulseless VTAC is a shockable rhythm per my protocols.
Okay. Now, what made you notice the change? Was there, in terms of the rhythm?
We periodically check in.
And when you noticed the change, was Mr. Floyd already on the Lucas device? The Lucas device was working on him, meaning giving compressions?
Lucas device was doing compressions at the time.
Okay. So initially he was in asystole, but then you, at some point, saw on the monitor that there was the possibility of pulseless electrical activity. Is that right?
Correct. We would pause Lucas, do a pulse check. It looked like a rhythm change of the pulseless VTAC. I elected to defibrillate that.
And was there any effect?
It just delivered a shock, and he remained in his quote-unquote dead state, and we continued on with the cardiac arrest.
And so, just to be clear, I mean, when someone is in the state that you're describing, are you looking for any opportunity to administer a shock or provide additional treatment that you might be able to?
Yes, he's a human being, and I was trying to give him a second chance at life.
But ultimately, were you able to generate a pulse or any positive change from that shock that was administered?
Sorry, can you repeat that,
Sorry.
please?
Did anything change after that shock? Did anything get better with Mr. Floyd?
No.
Now, ultimately, when you arrived at the hospital, what did you do at that point?
When we got to the hospital, I provided a report to the stabroom staff of the information I had and the treatments rendered.
And what was Mr. Floyd's condition at the time you arrived at the hospital?
He was still deceased. We were working in cardiac arrest.
Grounds? Objections overruled. The answer will stand.
Just a couple more questions, Mr. Smith.
Yes, miss.
At any point in time during your treatment and care of Mr. Floyd, were you ever able to resuscitate him successfully?
No.
Did he ever regain a pulse from the time that you arrived on scene to the time that you brought him to the hospital?
No, miss.
And did anything change in terms of your assessment of his condition and status?
No, I showed up he was deceased, and I dropped him off at the hospital, and he was still in cardiac arrest.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson. You may.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Just a few questions for you. Not very many at all, actually. This is going to sound a little odd, but is it common to feel for a pulse with using your thumb? Like if I was feeling for a pulse on someone's arm, would you use your thumb or should you use fingers?
Generally fingers.
Is that because you have a pulse in your thumb?
It's said to be, yeah.
You testify that when you arrived on scene, you checked for Mr. Floyd's pulse initially when you first came, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, the officer Chauvin was, his knee was still on the back of Mr. Floyd, right?
What's the video show? He was still at the head of the patient, yes. I don't remember the exact location.
Of his knee was?
Correct. There's a lot going on.
I'm showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 56. You were able to feel where his carotid artery was while Officer Chauvin's knee was in that place?
Yes, sir.
He testified that a police officer got in the back of the ambulance with you and began chest compressions at your direction
Yes, sir.
as you were preparing to engage in resuscitative efforts, right?
What's the... You're reconfirming what she's already gone over, is that correct?
Correct.
Then, yeah.
Right. So, officers in the back doing chest compressions, you're getting set up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Went to the second location so that your partner could get back in the back with you to take over for the officer, right?
Not to take over. We needed everybody we could at that time.
Okay. Why didn't you just have the officer help you continue so you could go straight to the hospital?
That's not what we do.
Is it because he's not an EMT?
Any layperson can do chest compressions. There's no reason Minneapolis couldn't have started chest compressions.
That's not my question. My question is, he's not an EMT, correct?
I don't know the level of certification of the individual that got into the back of my rig.
All right. You wanted a partner who could help you out, correct?
I wanted as many people that were willing to help me at that time to work this cardiac arrest.
All right. And that's why fire came, right?
Correct.
And ultimately, the officer was kind of put out of the rig.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You bet. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Jeremy Norton.
You just stand right there. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, if you can just lay the folder on the table there. And if you could have a seat.
Thank you.
And before you begin, if you could, first of all, if you could pull the microphone up a little bit. It's not very flexible, but there we go.
Is that all right?
Perfect. Would you start off by stating your name and spelling each of your names?
Jeremy Norton, JEREMY-NORTON.
Ms. Aldridge.
Chuck, may I remove the mask?
Oh, sorry. I should have asked you that.
Thank you very much.
Please. That's appreciated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
I work for Minneapolis Fire Department. Currently, I'm assigned to Fire Station number 17.
And what's your title?
My title?
Yes.
I am a captain.
And how long have you been a captain with the Minneapolis Fire Department?
I promoted to captain in 2007. 2013 to 14 to 15, I was a battalion chief, and I demoted to captain in 2017.
And how long have you been with the fire department in total?
Since 2000, so 21 years.
Have you served in a variety of positions over that period of time?
I was a firefighter from 2000 until 2007, captain from 2007 until 2014, battalion chief 214 to 216, and captain again 216 until the present.
And what's your educational background? What did you do in terms of training to become a firefighter in the first instance?
When I started, I applied in 1998. The department, once one was hired, the department provided all of our training, EMT basic, hazmat, and then firefighter 1 and 2.
So maybe you could just describe a little bit what those things are.
It was 21 years ago.
When you say EMT
right.
Basic 1 and 2, what does that mean?
We are given training to the EMT basic level now to apply. One needs to already be an EMT. That required classroom training as well as hands-on training, and then passing the National Registry EMT test, and then becoming a licensed EMT. We can have continuing education to maintain our certification, and that is every 2 years we have to recertify, both for the state of Minnesota, and then with the option to maintain a national certification level. The firefighting was coursework designed and delivered by the fire department, and that also included the hazmat training.
Okay. Hazmat training sounds interesting, but is it just one subspecialty of the trainings that you go through?
It is, yes, it is a subsection, essentially.
I'm going to circle back to the EMT part of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you is it a licensure? Are you a licensed EMT or a certified EMT through your job as a firefighter?
I believe it is a certification.
Okay. So, are you currently certified as an EMT?
Yes, ma'am. It is one of the conditions of employment.
All right. And are you up to date on all of those certification requirements?
Yes, ma'am, to my knowledge.
And again, based on what you were describing for training for firefighters, is that part of the sort of standard training that all firefighters get? Meaning, are they all EMTs in Minneapolis?
In Minneapolis, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to get back to your day-to-day as a captain with the Minneapolis Fire Department. What are your job duties?
To which level? I mean, simply put, I'm in charge of maintaining the care and treatment and training of my crew, our equipment, and our station, which is broad. But then within that, I'm in charge of ensuring that we uphold city rules, regulations, have appropriate interactions with the public, work well with other agencies, maintain our training. I'm in charge of all documentation and records. And then on all of our calls, I'm in charge of the overall safety and well-being of our crew and ensuring that we act appropriately.
So, fair to say you're in a leadership position?
That would be affirmative.
And do you still, despite being, I guess, a supervisor or in leadership, do you still respond to calls as well?
Yes, ma'am. And as a crew, we work together.
Okay. And that's still part of your day-to-day, responding to calls?
Yes.
What portion of your work as a Minneapolis Fire Department employee is medical in nature? Do you respond to a lot of medical calls? Does fire respond to a lot of medical calls?
The number that I've seen for the department and then for nationally would be about 80% of our work is medical in nature.
So, any of us who assume that firefighters just fight fires, is that not the case?
No, you've been watching the wrong shows.
But you said 80% medical.
That is what statistics show, yes, ma'am.
So the vast majority of your job is responding to medical calls as opposed to fighting fires.
That is correct.
What types of medical calls do you respond to? Could you give some examples of the types of things you do?
Certainly. The simplest way would be anything from birth through post-death that anyone calls 911 about. We will respond with either in concert with or ahead of or to support the paramedics.
So is it common for you to work with them in your job?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Why do we work with them?
Yeah, why is there this, what's the need to work together?
The paramedics are higher trained. They have a higher level of standard of care. They have more skills they possess. Their schooling is longer. And the idea would be an emergency medical response that if something is a life or death issue, having an EMT arrive with equipment, an AED, an oxygen mask, any of our other tools, we can provide care for someone who is in critical condition until the paramedics arrive, and then they can take over to a higher level, and we support them.
And I think you just used the term AED. Can you just describe what that is?
It is what would be called a heart starter, the automatic. I'm going to botch the letters right now, so I'll just say it is the heart start. It is what is used when someone is in cardiac arrest.
And are you, as an employee of the fire department, do you carry that type of equipment, or are you able to assist with that type of thing?
Yes, ma'am, both. We do carry it on our rigs. It is part of our standard complement, and I can use anyone I'd find in this building.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to May 25th of last year.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on duty as a captain with the Minneapolis Fire Department on that date?
I was.
And did you respond to a call that evening?
Could you say that again?
Did you respond to a call that evening?
We responded to several, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And specifically with respect to the area of Cup Foods, was there a call that you initially responded to that location for?
Yes, ma'am.
So maybe you could, if you could, please just describe what was the nature of the call that you were initially responding to.
We were dispatched initially code 2, which is a non-emergency response at, I believe, 8:30 p.m., give or take a couple seconds. And we were given very little information. I believe it said assist paramedics, perhaps, but just said engine 17, code 2, either 38th in Chicago or 3759 Chicago Cup Foods. And so, do you want me to explain more?
So let me just stop you right there, and I'll just ask a follow-up question. How did that information come to you? In other words, how did that call initially come into your fire department for your station?
The majority of calls will come in through central dispatch. So they control how the station will open up, meaning the radio and the lights will come on, and then there are signifying tones that indicate generally the nature of the call, and then on top of that, the dispatch will provide whatever information they have as to the nature of the call.
So, with respect to the evening of May 25th, you said around 8:30. Were you in the station at that time?
Yes, ma'am. We were inside.
And did you hear some particular tone that alerted you to this code 2?
Yes, it's the standard. The lights come on, the speakers click on with an audible click, and then there's two short tones, kind of staccato, and then followed by the dispatch announcing where we were going.
And does that come over your speaker system?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was at that time you were aware that it was a code 2 and the location where you were going. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you proceed to that location?
We did.
Did you get any other information about the call, either en route or at some other time?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. What was that?
Shortly after leaving the station, dispatch came over the radio. At this point, it's our rig radio, and stated engine 17, code 3, which is red lights and sirens, an emergency response.
So when you heard code 3, does that mean the call was elevated at that point? Meaning code 3 is more serious than code 2?
Affirmative.
Did you have any other information about that or the reason for that?
I believe the only information that we had on our screen initially was code 2 for one with mouth injury, I believe.
Okay.
And then it was updated.
And then when you say updated, was it just then a code 3?
Affirmative.
Without any supplemental information as to why?
No, ma'am, I don't believe so.
Okay. So ultimately, did you respond to the area of Cup Foods or 30th in Chicago?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived there?
The rig stopped My partner and I got off the rig and we looked around for a patient.
And when you got there, what did you see?
There were several police squads, one Park Police, I believe, and two or three Minneapolis police cars that I remember parked in the vicinity in the area. A couple officers were standing on the street, and a handful of people were outside.
Was there an ambulance there at the time that you were there?
No, ma'am.
And were you able to identify a patient upon arrival?
No, ma'am, there was no one on the street.
So what did you do next?
I basically went clockwise around our rig. I spoke briefly with one police officer, and then we went into the store.
And did you come into contact with anybody in the store?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of that? What happened in the store?
Could you be more specific, please?
Sure. Well, upon entering the store, did you interact with anybody who was in the area, who had been in the area?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. We spoke, as I said, I spoke to one police officer as I descended the rig, came around through a crowd of maybe 6 or 7 people who were at the mouth of the store and in the kind of the vestibule or entryway, and then I went into the store still looking for a patient.
Okay. So you went into the store looking for a patient. Did you have any interaction with anybody? You said there were a number of people, 6 or 7 people. Did you have an interaction with any of those people?
Ma'am, do you mean did I speak with any? I'm not sure what you mean by interaction.
Yes. Did you have a conversation with any of those people?
As I was walking through, I heard what people were saying, and then, but I was pretty much looking for a patient. I might have spoken to someone who was working there briefly, and while I was looking around for a patient, essentially on the ground, I did encounter an off-duty firefighter, and then I briefly spoke with one of the police officers who was at the back of the store.
Okay, so let's just talk about those two things. So you interacted both with an off-duty firefighter and also a law enforcement officer who was present, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's first start with your objective. You said you were looking on the floor for a patient. Was it your primary goal to find a patient?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were not able to see one easily and entered into the store, what did you do at that point? Was that when you talked to the law enforcement officer?
I made my way back toward the back of the store looking for a patient, or the call was confusing because we did not have a lot of information. So I did not have a patient description. I did not have anything else, and so I was essentially, yes, looking on the floor for someone. And at that point, though, the crowd that through which I had walked was people were upset, and I was getting the sense from them that there was an injured person, and that's all so I was looking for someone on the ground.
Okay. Did you find an injured person on the ground?
No, ma'am.
So what did you do next?
My partner mostly stayed and spoke with the off-duty firefighter, who was agitated to distraught. I'm not somewhere between there. She was fairly upset, and as my job as supervisor is to kind of cut through a lot of the extraneous information and find what we actually need to deal with. And so I moved to the back, and I did see the police officer at the back of the store, which would have been the southeast corner of the building, talking to one of the employees behind the barricade, and then I approached him.
Okay. And then were you directed to another location?
Right as I was asking him what was going on, he said, I believe he said the medics left, they need you. And right about simultaneously over his radio and over ours, because we have separate dispatchers, we both had the information that the paramedics needed us at a different location.
Okay. And then you also mentioned an off-duty firefighter. Do you know who that off-duty firefighter was?
Do I know who she is now?
Her name, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Genevieve Hansen.
At the time, did you have limited interaction with her?
I had worked, I'm sorry, if you're asking prior to that day?
Right. When you arrived on scene, did you immediately recognize her as somebody that you knew?
No, ma'am. I think I walked right past her, and then she popped up to my left once we were inside the store.
Okay. And then after the fact, do you now know that that was an individual that you know to work with as Genevieve Hansen?
Prior to that, once we started speaking, I did a double take, and I clocked that I knew her.
Okay.
And then we spoke.
And what information did you have at that point in terms of what was happening and what was going on?
The police officer said that the medics had left and they needed us, code 3. Dispatch said the same thing, and then from the off-duty firefighter and from the crowd, I was hearing and inferring that there was an injured man who had been sustained injuries in a scuffle with the police, or in a situation with the police.
Okay. I'm going to put up on the screen what's already been admitted as Exhibit 68. Wait, put that up, please. Oh, here we go. All right, so you described your arrival. Could you just describe what's shown in Exhibit 68, please?
Yes, ma'am. That is our fire truck, engine 17. That is me stepping out from the captain's side. We are facing eastbound on 38th Street. Cup Foods is behind us. There is a squad to my forward and right from this photo to my left. And I believe that was the police officer I spoke to whose body camera that was. So I was about to make contact with him.
So does this show you upon your initial arrival at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And if we could move to Exhibit 69, please. Did someone come off? So Exhibit 69 is now on the screen. If you could just describe who is pictured in this photo.
That is me to the right of the screen, and that is firefighter Jennifer Hall to the left, coming around from her side of the rig. She was a rookie who started with us at the end of March.
And so were you both responding together, essentially?
Yes, ma'am. She was my partner.
Okay. Can we move to Exhibit 70, please? You described walking into the store and seeing some other individuals. Could you just describe what's shown in Exhibit 70, please?
Yes, ma'am. There's looks like a police squad ahead to my left, north on the street. I believe that might be a park police squad to my left. 4 people outside, one of whom is off-duty firefighter Hansen. I did not recognize her walking through.
Do you recognize her now?
Affirmative.
Could you just, you can use as a stylus or your finger, but it's a touchscreen. If you could just indicate where she is, please, in this photo. All right, you made a green mark above where indicating Genevieve Hansen is. Can you just indicate where you are in this photo as well? All right, and there's an arrow showing where you've just made that mark. And then could you identify Jennifer Hall as well, please? All right, did you know any of the other individuals in this?
In this photo, no, ma'am.
And if we could move to Exhibit 71, please. I'm sorry, 72, please. All right, so did you ultimately enter the store and have a brief interaction as you described with a law enforcement officer in there?
Yes, ma'am.
And does Exhibit 72 show that? Maybe I should be more clear. What does Exhibit 72 show?
I believe it would be the body camera of the officer with whom we were speaking.
And who's pictured in this image?
I'm in the center, and firefighter Hall is to the right.
And was this inside Cup Foods?
Yes, ma'am, towards the back of the store.
All right. And as you described, when you learned that there was no patient there, we'll go back to Exhibit 71, please. Now I've got Exhibit 71 on the screen. Did you then exit the store?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just describe, is that what you were doing in Exhibit 71 here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So once you had the additional information, we can take that down, thank you. What did you do next and where did you go?
We were directed to meet the medics at 36 and Park Avenue South. We got back on our fire truck and we responded to 36 and Park.
And what did you see when you got there?
The Hennepin County Medical Center ambulance was parked on the east side of the street, just south of 36.
And I'm going to put up Exhibit 74, which has already been admitted. Ultimately, can you just describe what point of view this is showing in Exhibit 74?
Yes, ma'am. That is not me, but this would be the view from my seat.
And so, in the foreground, is that the fire truck that you were in?
I'm sorry. Yes, this photo is taken from the front seat of the fire truck, facing the ambulance.
And is that where your fire rig parked once you arrived at that location to meet up with the ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do once you arrived at that location?
Again, my partner, firefighter Hall, and I got out of the fire truck and we went into the ambulance, entering from the side door.
And what did you observe at that point in time?
2 paramedics and 1 police officer and a patient on the stretcher.
What appeared to be the condition of the patient that you observed?
He was face up on the stretcher. He had an airway an advanced airway, so he had a breathing tube going into his throat, and he had the Lucas compression device, which is a CPR, kind of a pneumatic CPR device, in place and working.
And when you say working, what does that mean?
It was pumping up and down to pump his chest, pump his heart.
Okay. And first of all, this patient, was he later identified by name?
Yes, ma'am. It's George Floyd.
So you said that he had an airway in place and the Lucas machine was pumping. What did you observe about his overall condition?
I mean, other than that, he was unresponsive.
Right. Maybe not other than that, but what do you mean by unresponsive? What did you see?
A person who is not, I'm sorry, it's a confusing question. I'm sorry.
Not a good question. I apologize. Just tell.
He was an unresponsive body on a cot. The airway was in place so that we could breathe for him, or so the responders could, or people could breathe for him, and the Lucas device was compressing his heart to get blood going through his body.
And when you say breathe for him, what does that mean?
I was not clear about that. And an airway device goes in through the throat, gets better access into the lungs for some sort of airway and oxygen delivery device. In our case, would be a bag valve mask, a BVM, which is like a Nerf football sized compressible bag that we squeeze every 6 seconds to bring air into their lungs, and it's oxygenated air.
So when you say breathe for him, does that imply using that BVM and actually squeezing it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, to your question, in the absence of those actions, the patient would have been pulseless and unresponsive, not breathing, and for all intents and purposes, dead.
Okay, and were you aware of the status with respect to any pulse that, was the patient pulseless when you arrived?
We did not check a pulse until we took over, they were working, we joined them. As part of their protocols, we did pulse checks multiple times from when we arrived until we arrived at the stab room at HCMC.
Did anyone ever find a pulse?
No, ma'am.
And when you first, just getting back to when you first got on this ambulance, you said you saw 2 paramedics. Was there a law enforcement officer who was also in the back of the ambulance.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived, did you essentially switch places? Did he exit the ambulance?
Yes, ma'am. He was, I believe, on the bench seat. I cleared him out, took the seat at the head, and took over ventilations for the patient.
And when you say ventilations, are you talking about that BVM?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you squeezing it for
Yes, ma'am.
the process to work?
Yes.
Okay. After the officer left the ambulance and you were working on squeezing the BVM, what happened next? Did you proceed to the hospital with the paramedics?
I'm sorry, those are two questions.
Okay, let's start with the first one. And maybe I can just rephrase it better. What did you do after you took over the squeezing of the BVM?
I myself continued that until we were cleared at the stab room at Hennepin County Emergency.
Okay, so did you continue to do that, perform that act, all the way until you got to the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do once you arrived at the hospital with the patient, Mr. Floyd?
We continued from the ambulance into the stab room, which is their critical care room. I believe there were two other cases, patients already in there, so the room was a little hectic. They were still assembling their staff, so I continued at his head, breathing for him for a short amount of time until their team took over and cleared us.
And once you were cleared, what does that mean, cleared?
Well, it's a hospital. They have a lot of people who can do our job, so they basically kick us out so they can take over the more comprehensive care.
What did you do at that point, once you were cleared?
How do you mean?
Did you ultimately need a ride?
We left the hospital, and I oftentimes when we accompanied the medics down to the hospital on critical cases, our fire truck is not allowed to drive through lights just to follow us. Like, we'll be okay with the medics, and so they will respond, and depending on how far away it is, we can stand out on the street for several minutes. And additionally, I had radioed to my driver to go back to the scene at 38th and Chicago to check on the off-duty firefighter.
And why did you do that? Why did you have the other members of your team check on the off-duty firefighter?
Ma'am, well, once, as I said, we came in with very little information, and even when I spoke with her on the scene, I had no understanding of the cause of her distress. So once we got in the ambulance and I saw the severity of Mr. Floyd's condition and the gravity, I understood. I was able to infer or put together what she had been talking about, and I understood the justification of her duress, and so I sent my crew back to check on her to make sure she was okay.
So once you put those pieces together and understood Mr. Floyd's condition, were there additional actions that you took after leaving the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. Once the fire truck came to pick us up, we kind of had a brief, kind of a debrief in the rig, talking, because we had my partner and I had a very different experience from my driver and the other firefighter, because especially during COVID, we were either going in one at a time, or because I had a rookie, I was trying to give her experience. So my senior firefighter and my driver remained on the rig for most calls from the end of March through midsummer. In this case, while my partner Jennifer Hall and I entered the rig and encountered someone who was not responsive, and it's just that way. The police officer.
Ask another question.
Oh, sorry.
Let's just back up for 1 second. You said that you and your partner, Jennifer Hall,
yes,
were working together and you got on the ambulance. What were the other members of your crew doing, and who were they?
Yes, ma'am. I apologize for that. Stephen Mudek is a rank firefighter, and Tracy Trebell is my driver or fire motor operator.
So were all four of you together on May 25th
yes,
of last year? And I'm sorry, I just had to finish the question first so she can take it all down. But all four of you said, were together on May 25th responding to this call. Is that right?
Yes.
And who was it that you sent to go talk to the off-duty firefighter Genevieve Hansen?
I had FMO Trebell and firefighter Mudick take the rig back to the scene.
And when you say the scene, is that Cup Foods?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you while that was going on?
We were in the ambulance at 36th and Park, and then we were en route to the hospital, and then they met us at the hospital.
And when you say they, ultimately did Tracy Trebell and Stephen Mudick from your team meet you at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said that the four of you had a debrief, is that right?
Briefly, yes.
What did you do after that?
Sidebar, please.
I have a new question.
Captain Norton, did you ultimately report this incident, what you saw and what you observed, internally to the fire department?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
Twofold. I was aware that a man had been killed in police custody, and I wanted to notify my supervisors, to notify the appropriate people above us in the city, both the fire department and whomever else. And then I also wanted to inform my deputy that there was an off-duty firefighter who was a witness of the scene.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, Captain Norton.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Just want to clarify a couple things on the time frame.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 151. You're familiar with the computer-aided dispatch or incident detail reports?
Yes, sir.
This is Exhibit 151 is the computer-aided dispatch report from this incident. This initial call for EMS code 2 occurred at 8:20 and 11 seconds, according to this. Agreed?
That's what it says.
And that was upgraded. This incident was upgraded at 8:28, correct? To code 3?
Well, sir, it says something different above.
So multi-agency police? You're talking about that?
No, sir.
Pardon?
No, sir.
So you've got 3:30 EMS code 3 at 8:21:35.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you have some info for EMS at 8:27:21.
That is correct.
And that is that someone had a male restrained on the ground, correct?
Yes, sir. It says PDF male restrained.
Right. Fire was E412, which is the emergency ambulance, added fire at 8:28. Agreed?
That's what it says.
EMS alerted everyone that they were at 36th and Park at 8:31 and 12 seconds.
Yes, sir. That's what it says.
Then there's this Metcom call at 8:33 where EMS is asking for a fire department for patient condition, right?
Yes, sir.
Down here at 8:35 and 13 seconds, it says Minneapolis Fire Department to en route to Park and 36th,
That's correct.
and you were 2 minutes out at 8:36 and 7 seconds,
That's what I reported, yes.
and so you arrived at about 8:38, correct?
I'm not sure what time we arrived.
Thereabouts, but within about 2 minutes of your call.
I believe so, yes. I believe it was 8:37, but yes.
Okay. So the original call for EMS code 2 was 17 minutes prior to when you got to the ambulance.
Could you clarify, please?
The original call, EMS code 2 for mouth injury at 8:20.
That is not for us.
Understood. But it's 17 minutes after the original call went out, correct?
That looks appropriate, yes.
You were called, or fire, I should say, was called at 8:28 and 36 seconds.
That was somebody's radio transmission, yes, sir.
And the fire incident was created 7 seconds later at 8:28 and 43 seconds. So fire was notified at 8:28:43.
Our dispatch was, yes.
And what time did you arrive, based on your recollection, at Cup Foods?
Our station opened up at 20:30. We arrived at 20:32 and change.
Okay. So again, 12 minutes after the original call for service.
Yes.
All right. And when you arrived, paramedics had already removed Mr. Floyd from the scene and gone to 36th and Park, which is why you didn't find him at Cup Foods.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any further?
Captain Norton, you were asked a series of questions about your response time and the timing of that. I think you testified on cross that the initial call you said regarding the code 2 mouth injury was not for us. Can you just describe what you mean by that?
Well, to the best of my understanding, the 911 system, which is many stories below us, there is a 911 dispatcher for civilian calls. There is a police dispatcher, there is a fire department dispatch, and there is an EMS or medics dispatcher. They are all in the same room, they are all in different channels. So if what I believe was a call from one of the police officers for EMS code 2 would have gone from that officer's radio directly to their dispatch. And then their dispatch would have made the decision based on information given what level of EMS response to send.
So when you're responding to a call, this information isn't necessarily showing up for you on a screen somewhere while you're sitting in the station?
Ma'am, which information?
Exhibit 151 that was shown to you, the CAD report that was something.
No, ma'am. That is a kind of more of an aggregate.
Okay. So just to be clear, what was the initial information that you received with respect to your firefighters in your fire station?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was code 2. I don't remember what the dispatcher said over the air, but it was something to the effect of either respond to help medics or code 2 to Cub Foods, and then what popped up on her screen was one with a mouth injury.
Okay. So when would you have received that information?
As soon as the station opened up and the run was generated onto our screen by the dispatch.
And when you said the station opened up and the run was generated, when would that have been?
8:30, 20:30, and 21 seconds.
So the information you received from your dispatch was approximately 8:30, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that would have been after information communicated from other sources to other dispatch, is that right?
I have no knowledge of that.
Fair enough. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Captain. Let me step down. Members of the jury, we're going to take our 20-minute mid-afternoon break. Let's reconvene at 3:10.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls David Pluger.
Maybe you can just stand here for a second. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
And before you begin, if you could remove your mask, that would help us hear better. And second, if you could give us your full name, spelling each of your names.
David, D-A-V-I-D, last name Pluger, P-L-E-O-G-E-R.
Mr. Slisher.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury where you used to work?
City of Minneapolis Police Department.
How long were you a Minneapolis Police Department officer?
Approximately 27 years.
You recently retired?
I did.
And when did you begin your career as a Minneapolis police officer?
1993.
And where did you start? Did you start your law enforcement career at MPD?
No, previously I worked at the Richmond, Minnesota Police Department for approximately 6 months.
Okay. And after working at Richmond, you moved to the Minneapolis Police Department, is that right?
Correct.
And did you do your academy training through Minneapolis Police Department?
I did.
And you received your post license through Minneapolis, is that right?
Yes.
And you are a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And what does that mean to be a sworn law enforcement officer?
I'm licensed to the state of Minnesota through the Police Officer Standard and Training Board.
And do you take a specific oath to be a sworn officer?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about your career with the Minneapolis Police Department? Did you start out, I'm assuming, in patrol?
Yes, I started in patrol.
And how long did you work as a patrol officer?
Till approximately 2001 when I was promoted to sergeant.
And what shift did you start as a patrol officer?
Dog watch.
What's dog watch for those who don't know?
Overnights.
Okay. Starting typically?
Approximately 9 at night to 7 in the morning.
Okay. And as a patrol officer with the Minneapolis Police Department, what were your typical duties?
Traffic law enforcement, responding to 911 calls, things of that nature.
Okay. What kind of 911 calls would you typically respond to?
Domestics, accidents, anything people called us for.
General law enforcement, reactive sometimes, is that right?
Correct.
And proactive being on patrol.
Right.
After 5 years on patrol, did you take a different assignment?
Yes, I was on the community response team for a while.
Now, what is the community response team?
It was more of a proactive team dealing with things like narcotics, prostitution, narcotic search warrants.
And did that team, I guess, patrol or have jurisdiction over the entire city, or was it within a particular precinct?
That was in the 5th precinct.
And you said you were with the CRT for a few years. What did you do after that?
Then I was promoted in 2001 and worked in the forgery and fraud unit for a short time.
And what rank were you promoted to?
Sergeant.
And is that the rank that you retired as?
Yes, sir.
Approximately what year then were you promoted to sergeant, if you can remember?
2001.
And what was your most recent assignment as a Minneapolis Police Department sergeant?
I was a sergeant in the 3rd precinct on, it's called mid-watch.
What's the mid-watch shift?
That was 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 1 in the morning.
At this time, I'd like to publish Exhibit 268. All right, I don't know how well that can be seen on the screen, but Exhibit 268 is a precinct map, is that correct?
Yes.
The 3rd precinct of Minneapolis, and you see that there's some additional numbers as well. If you could shrink that down a little bit. Right. Can you describe what you see here on the 3rd precinct map? You see the number 310 and underneath it 320?
Right, those are some districts within the precinct.
So the precinct is divided into districts and then from there divided into particular sectors, is that right?
Correct.
And as the mid-watch shift sergeant, what were your responsibilities?
I supervise that entire precinct and the officers under me on the mid-watch shift.
As a supervisory police officer, what are your responsibilities with respect to the other officers and their duties?
Take a look at the reports. Keep an eye on their activities, make sure they're staying busy, things of that nature.
Do you have to assign officers to ride together?
Yes, I do.
Do you have to brief officers at the beginning of a shift?
That's correct. I do a roll call briefing every afternoon before they started.
Just please describe for the jury what a roll call briefing is.
I take any things from the department, new policies, procedures, pass around posters of people who are wanted for crimes. Just let them know what was going to be going on for the night.
How long does roll call usually take?
Probably 15 minutes.
And this is done at the beginning of a shift?
Yes.
Approximately how many officers then would attend a roll call typically?
10 to 14.
And so you said that you'd be distributing policies and procedures. I'm assuming then you'd have to be familiar with those policies and procedures yourself. Is that right?
Correct.
And so you're familiar with the Minneapolis Police Department Policy and Procedure Manual?
Yes.
And as it gets updated, you push those updates out to other officers whom you supervise. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you also occasionally review and approve reports of officers you supervise?
I do.
And do you also review their conduct, as in reviewing uses of force?
Yes.
What do you call it when a sergeant reviews a police officer's use of force?
Force review report.
Could you please describe the process of a force review?
Typically, an officer would call me, or I'd be notified by radio that they'd use force on a suspect or arrested party. I would head out, interview the officer, interview the subject that the force was used on, take a statement from both of them, and then complete a report on that, which would eventually be routed down to the internal affairs unit.
And are there certain circumstances where an officer uses force which they're required to notify you?
Yes.
Can you tell us just your recollection what those circumstances are?
Certain scenarios, force on a handcuff, any type of force on a handcuffed prisoner would result in me doing that. Strikes, any injury or claimed injury by a arrested party.
And so when an officer uses force, a patrol officer, and you're their supervisor, there are circumstances that they have to report it to you, and there's circumstances where they just don't. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there's some circumstances where they have to write a report, and some in which they do not. True?
Right.
So are you familiar with use of force reporting requirements 5-306? That policy generally?
You'd have to read the headline of it for me to get it.
Well, I'm going to show you then what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 221. 5-306, you read the title there?
Code of Use of Force Reporting and Post-Incident Requirements.
And you see the, have I introduced this? Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. At this time, the state offers Exhibit 221.
Let's go on sidebar a second. Members of the jury, the parties, yesterday when I said they were going to help us streamline things, it revolves around the Minneapolis police policies that were in effect on May 25th, 2020. They are going to be received by you as exhibits 206 through 234. What this stipulation means, or in other words, an agreement between the parties that they do not have to provide witnesses, will actually provide the foundation and the proof that these are the exact policies and that they were in effect on May 25th, 2020. They're simply saying that you may accept these policies as being the policies in place on May 25th, 2020, without any further testimony or evidence. And so on that basis, the state is offering 206 through 234, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
206 through 234 are received pursuant to stipulation.
And also I'll offer Exhibit 268, Your Honor.
268, any objection to 268?
No.
268 is received.
All right, then, sir, referring you back to Exhibit 221, if you see 5-306, that's the use of force reporting and post-incident requirements. Is that right?
Yes.
You see this term, cappers, no cappers report required. What's a cappers report?
That was our old the name for our old report writing system.
And now that's referred to as a PIMS report?
Yes.
We just call it a police report?
Sure.
Okay. So there's certain circumstances where no police report is required for a use of force unless an injury or an alleged injury has occurred. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then if you could, would you clear that, Your Honor? Please proceed to the next page of 221. Highlight the top portion, please. And so the different uses of force that do not require a police report, could you just read the list there?
Escort holds, joint manipulations, nerve pressure points, handcuffing, and gun drawing or pointing.
All right. Now, there are also circumstances in which a police report is required, but they don't need to notify you as a supervisor. Is that right?
Yes.
And what are those circumstances?
Takedowns and chemical agent.
What is a takedown?
Like putting somebody on the ground.
Mm-hmm. And then if you could move up the page, there's certain circumstances in which both a report is required and supervisory notification is required. Is that right?
Yes.
And what are those circumstances?
Where they sustained an injury or had to render medical aid.
Now, when you as a supervisor are notified by a patrol officer that they've used force because of an alleged injury, what do you do?
I usually head out to the scene to interview both the officers and the parties that the force was used on.
And you've already explained that, but you also have to write a force report, is that right?
That's correct.
And when is that force report required to be completed?
Before the end of the shift.
If we could go back to the first page of that Exhibit 221. Also like to draw your attention to the first paragraph under medical assistance. If you could please highlight that portion. Under medical assistance, could you please read the provision that's called out here?
As soon as reasonably practical, determine if anyone was injured and render medical aid consistent with training and request EMS if necessary.
So the requirement under policy is both to call the ambulance and to render emergency aid while you're waiting for the ambulance. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about another policy, and if I could pull up Exhibit 225. Are you familiar with Minneapolis Police Department policy governing the use of the maximal restraint technique, or hobble?
Yes.
Okay. This is at a very high level. Can you explain what a hobble is?
Basically, a device used to take control of someone's hands and feet at the same time to prevent them from kicking or acting out aggressively.
Is this a situation in which the subject would already be handcuffed?
Yes.
Okay. And so the hands would be restrained. How would the feet be restrained?
They'd be like hooked together with the hobble, and then the end of the hobble oftentimes ran through the belt or somewhere by the waist to prevent them from kicking.
And that was my next question. That would be the purpose, is to prevent the kicking of a restrained subject. Is that right?
Yes.
And the hobble or maximal restraint technique also requires supervisory reporting. Is that right?
It does.
If you would highlight section Roman 4:3. And you can see here by policy that a supervisor shall be called to the scene where a subject has been restrained using the MRT or hobble. Is that right?
Yes.
And then as a supervisor, you would have to go and evaluate whether the hobble was properly and necessarily used. Is that right?
Yes.
And then if you could highlight section B on that same page. After a hobble is used on an individual, and typically when a hobble is used, it means that the person has been placed in a prone position. Is that right?
That's correct.
At least initially, to get the hobble on.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what the prone position is?
Basically flat on your stomach on the ground.
Okay. Once a hobble is used to restrain the hands and the feet and the subject is in the prone position, what does the policy require an officer to do?
Put them in the side recovery position.
What is the side recovery position?
Basically roll them up on their side to ease their breathing rather than leave them laying on their stomach or chest.
And do you know why that's important?
It helps them breathe better. Rather than having all the weight on their chest, it gets them up on their side so they can breathe easier.
Are you familiar with the term positional asphyxia?
Yes.
Now, how are you familiar with that term? Asphyxia.
A lot of years, 10, 15.
Okay. And based on your experience as a Minneapolis police officer, are the dangers of positional asphyxia generally known throughout the department?
Yes, I believe so.
That's something that officers are trained on?
Correct.
Okay. And when we talk about positional asphyxia, just at a high level, could you explain what positional asphyxia is, as you've been trained?
If you restrain somebody or leave them on their chest and stomach for too long, their breathing can become compromised, and so you'd want to get them up out of that position after a while so they don't suffer breathing complications.
And that's why the policy requires in the training is that you roll someone onto the side recovery position.
Yes.
And are you aware of whether or not people are allowed to be transported in the prone position, restrained?
I believe they should be transported in the recovery position.
And when you talk about the need to roll someone into the recovery position to alleviate breathing, you're just talking about a situation where the pressure is from the subject's own body weight. Is that right?
That could be, yes.
That does not necessarily include additional pressure that might be applied.
Correct.
So the danger is there without anyone pressing down on them.
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Were you working as a sergeant supervisor in the 3rd Precinct on in May of 2020?
Yes.
And at that time, what were your duties as a patrol sergeant?
As I explained before, report approval, monitor the shift for the night, roll call, any use of force reporting.
And again, you were working the mid-watch shift, is that right?
Yes.
And May 25, 2020, were you also working as a shift sergeant?
I was.
Well, I'm going to ask you if you're familiar with an individual named Derek Chauvin.
I am.
Chauvin, I apologize. Eric Chauvin. How are you familiar with this person?
He was an officer on my shift.
How long have you known him?
Probably since around 2008.
So he was already working as an officer when you were hired?
I don't think he was when I was hired, but eventually he was on my shift, yes.
He was on your shift?
Correct.
And do you recognize Mr. Chauvin in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point to him?
Right there.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Could you please just describe your relationship with Mr. Chauvin?
He was an officer on middle watch with me, I'm going to say approximately 2008. So he'd been there a number of years, so I was supervised there.
It was strictly a working relationship?
Correct.
You ever socialized with him outside of a work setting?
No.
Are you familiar with an individual named Tu Tao?
I am.
How do you know Mr. Tao?
He was also an officer on my mid-watch shift.
Approximately how long did you know him?
Probably approximately 5 years.
Do you have a similar relationship with Mr. Tao as you do the defendant?
Yes.
And then I need to ask you about Thomas Lane and Alexander King. You recognize those names?
I do. They were new officers on my shift.
Were you on duty around 8:30 p.m. on May 25, 2020?
Yes.
And what were you doing at that time?
I think I just headed back into the office after doing some patrol in the street.
Now, when you do patrol work, do you use a body camera?
I do.
And that's something that's required of all officers, including supervisors. Is that right?
Correct.
You have different means of communicating with the police officers you supervise and dispatch when you're out on patrol?
Yes.
What do you use?
Radio and cell phone.
Do you recall approximately 8:30 p.m. receiving a telephone call from a dispatcher?
I do.
What was the dispatcher's name?
I believe it was Jenna Scurry.
Can you please describe for the jury what Ms. Scurry said to you in this telephone call?
She called to say she didn't mean to be a snitch, but she'd seen something, viewing a camera that she thought was concerning and was calling to let me know about it.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask to publish Exhibit 10. I apologize. Exhibit 12.
2:30:14, May 25, 2020.
Hey, this is Jenna with Channel 1. Hey, what's up? Hey, so, just wanted to let you know about the person with a knife at 2602 Bloomington. And then, I didn't know, you can call me a snitch if you want to, but we have the cameras up for 320's call. Oh, did they already put him in the, they must have already started moving him. And 320 over at Cup Foods.
Okay.
I don't know if they had used force or not. They got something out of the back of the squad, and all of them sat on this man. So I don't know if they needed you or not, but they haven't said anything to me yet.
Yeah, they haven't said anything unless it's just a takedown, which doesn't count, but
Okay.
I'll find out.
No problem. We don't get to ever see it, so when we see it, we're just like, well, that looks a little different. All right, thank you. Bye.
Good, bye.
20:31:33, May 25, 2020.
Sir, did you recognize your own voice in that telephone call?
Yes, that was me.
You made a reference to possibly it not counting. Can you please explain to the jury what that means?
I thought maybe she was just describing that they'd taken somebody to the ground, placed him on the ground, and that wasn't something that would trigger me to head out for a use of force, but said she wasn't sure, then I had to make a call to find out.
So per the policy, if it was just a takedown, that would not necessarily be reportable to a supervisor. Is that right?
Correct.
Had you ever received a call like this from a dispatcher before?
Not in those exact terms, but a few other times dispatchers have called me if they saw something that concerned them.
Okay. And so based on that call, did you decide to make some further inquiry?
I did.
What did you do?
I called Officer Chauvin on his cell phone.
At this time, I'd asked to publish Exhibit 75.
Hello, 2:30 here. Yeah, I was just going to call you and have you come out to our scene here. Not really, but we just had to hold the guy down. He was going crazy. Wouldn't go in. Shutting off here the moment. Wouldn't go in the back of the squad.
All right.
Council on 75.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Now, sir, you recognize the voice in that call?
Yes.
Whose voice was that?
Officer Chauvin.
That was the conversation, or at least his end of the conversation, as you recall it on that day that you just described?
Yes.
He made a reference to shutting off. Can you explain to the jury what that was in reference to?
I probably asked him if he had his camera on or off, since we're having a private conversation.
And that would be within policy, within the body-worn camera policy, for him to shut off during that conversation. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe then, as best you can recall, the conversation that you had with the defendant after the audio cut?
Could you ask the question again?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you please describe the conversation you had with the defendant? What statements did the defendant make to you during the rest of that call?
I believe he told me that they'd had tried to put Mr. Floyd, I didn't know his name at the time, but Mr. Floyd in the car. He'd become combative. I think he mentioned that he'd injured, it was either his nose or his mouth, a bloody lip, I think. And eventually, after struggling with him, he'd suffered a medical emergency and an ambulance was called. And then I decided I'd head down to the scene.
Is that the extent of what you can remember the defendant telling you about this incident?
I think that was basically it.
Did he tell you whether he personally applied any particular type of force or restraint to Mr. Floyd?
I don't believe so.
Did he tell you whether or not he had to, or other officers, pin Mr. Floyd to the ground?
I think in the conversation there he said something about held somebody down.
Did he mention anything about putting his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck or back?
No.
And is the placement of a knee on a subject's neck a use of force?
Yes.
A reportable type of force?
Not necessarily.
Okay. And why is that?
If we're handcuffing somebody in a prone position or fighting with someone, it could happen where your knee ends up on their neck.
Okay. For about how long?
I guess whatever's reasonable.
Okay. And which would be when?
Until you get control of the party, I guess.
Control is in the person is then handcuffed?
Handcuffed and not continuing to fight with you anymore.
Okay. So once the subject is handcuffed and no longer resisting?
Yes.
At that point, the restraint should stop.
Yeah.
All right. After you spoke with the defendant, what did you do?
I headed down to the 38th in Chicago where he was at.
This time asked to publish Exhibit 1. 38th in Chicago is within the 3rd Precinct, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recognize Exhibit 1?
I do.
And you see the area of Cup Foods, the Dragon Walk, and the Speedway. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you please describe what you saw when you arrived at the scene?
I think I pulled up and the officers were standing near their squad car, and there might have been an EMS vehicle still on scene and a few people milling around.
Did you recognize the officers?
I did.
Now, did you speak to anybody prior to your arrival?
I think Officer Chauvin called me just as I was arriving, but it only lasted a second because I was like a half a block out. It said I'll be right there.
At this time, I'd ask to publish Exhibit 267. Sure, I'm showing you a photo taken from your own body-worn camera, and can you see the timestamp there?
20:45 and 26 seconds.
All right. And you can see the name. Is this your cell phone?
Yes.
And you see that you're receiving a call from the defendant. Is that right?
Yeah, it looks like maybe I'm about to hang up.
Okay. Yes, can you please just describe this conversation as best you can recall?
I think he just called and said, asked where I was at maybe, how long I was out, and I was real close. So I said, I'll be right there. We'll talk in person, and hung up.
Okay. And you could see from, if you could put 267 up again, please. You recognize the building that you were near, right?
Not offhand.
All right. If you could pull up Exhibit 1. All right. If you take a look, can you recall exactly where you were when you pulled up as you were receiving that call?
Where I ended up parking?
Yes.
I think I parked over near the Dragon Walk, kind of in that corner there.
All right. And if you could pull up Exhibit 267 again. Does that building appear to be the Dragon Walk?
Yes.
And obviously, since we have this photo, your body-worn camera was activated. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall at what point you activated your body-worn camera?
Probably about 2 blocks out.
At the time, were you thinking that you were going to need to do a force review?
Yes.
Based on the description that the defendant gave you, you've already indicated you didn't know there was pressure applied to the neck. Is that right?
Right.
Did you get any sense from the defendant how long this restraint lasted?
No, I didn't have any idea.
When you arrived at scene, based on your rank and being a supervisor, did you become the senior officer in charge of the scene?
Yes.
Did you see the officers that you previously mentioned, the defendant, Thomas Lane, Tu Tao, and Alexander King present?
I did.
Did you have some conversation with those officers about the incident?
Yes.
Were the 4 of the officers in a group at the time you had this conversation?
Yes.
The people who were talking were Thomas Lane and Alexander King, is that right?
Yes.
The defendant was nearby and in a position to hear?
Yes.
And at that time you received a summary of what happened from Officer Lane and Officer King, is that right?
Yes.
Both of them gave you a statement kind of joining each other?
Right.
You know, without talking about what specifically that statement was, after you heard their rendition of the events, did you take that information and use it to determine the next steps that you would take?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And based on that conversation, then, were you told that there had been a restraint of an individual?
Yes, I believe that they said they'd handcuffed him.
Okay. And did you learn that an ambulance had been summoned?
I did.
And did you learn that the person that had been restrained was taken away in the ambulance?
Yes.
And where was that person to have been taken?
Hennepin County Medical Center.
Based on that conversation, what did you decide to do?
I decided to drive down to Hennepin County Medical Center myself to check on the party's condition.
Before going to the Hennepin County Medical Center, did you give any direction to the officers that you'd spoken with?
I did. I believe I asked them to hang on to the suspect's vehicle and gather any witnesses that may be around.
Okay. And who did you direct to do that?
I believe Officer Lane and King.
Okay. Did you give any direction to Officer Tao or the defendant?
I did. I asked them to head down to Hennepin County Medical Center also.
And then you proceeded to leave the scene to go to the Hennepin County Medical Center?
Yes.
Before you actually left the scene, did you have a further conversation or direction to the defendant?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you recall speaking with the defendant about the need to potentially interview witnesses?
No, yes, I did. I asked him to look for some witnesses.
And that was captured on the body-worn camera, is that right?
It should have been, yes.
You've had an opportunity to review that footage?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask to publish Exhibit 266, and I'm also going to ask to publish 265. They're two different renditions of the same conversation. In Exhibit 266, you will see sort of the body position of the defendant as you're having this conversation, and in the next exhibit, you'll hear the audio. Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I'll offer Exhibits 265 and 266.
Those are received.
At this time, asked to publish 266.
Yeah, I think I
Did you recognize your own voice in that clip, or was that kind of hard to hear?
It was hard to hear, but it sounded like me.
Okay. And you saw that Officer Chauvin, the defendant, was sort of leaned up against your squad car, is that right?
Yes.
And then if this, we can publish 265.
We can try. They're pretty, they're all pretty hostile.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And you can take that down. So you heard yourself directing the defendant to find witnesses and find their names, is that right?
Yes.
And the defendant told you that he could try, but that they were pretty hostile?
Yes.
But you asked him to do it anyway?
Yes.
And then when you drove away, where did you go?
Hennepin County Medical Center.
Do you know approximately how long it took you to arrive?
I'd guess under 10 minutes.
What did you do once you reached the Hennepin County Medical Center?
I went into the stabilization room.
What's the stabilization room?
A room where they take patients who are critical and work on them there.
What did you see when you arrived at the stabilization room?
They were working on George Floyd. I think they had the Lucas machine going, which does automated chest compressions.
But who was working on them?
Hennepin County Medical Center staff, doctors, nurses.
How long do you think you watched the staff work on Mr. Floyd?
A few minutes, maybe.
Did you see or speak with any of the staff members who were working on Mr. Floyd?
I spoke with the nurse while I was there.
Did you ask the nurse for any information?
I was trying to get a condition update.
And did you?
I did.
What did the nurse tell you?
That he was doing bad or poorly.
Okay. Now, are you aware of whether, per your direction, the defendant and Officer Tao eventually arrived at the Hennepin County Medical Center?
Yes.
Did you see him in the stabilization room? Or near the stabilization room?
I think outside the stabilization room.
Exhibit 77 is a body-worn camera photo of the defendant. At this time, the state offers Exhibit 77.
77 is received.
And publish Exhibit 77. Right. And you see the defendant present here, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And also noting the time on the body-worn camera, 21:05 and 7 seconds, is that right?
Yes.
So about 9:05.
Right.
Okay. And you also see Officer Tutau.
Yes.
After the nurse told you that Mr. Floyd was doing poorly, what did you do?
I believe I maybe had a conversation with Lieutenant Matson, who was car 9 that night.
What is Lieutenant Matson's role?
As car 9, he's kind of in charge of the city in the evening.
And what was the nature of your conversation with the lieutenant?
But I think I just let him know that Floyd was doing poorly, and I think he was on the phone with Internal Affairs at that time, giving an update on what was going on.
Did in Exhibit 78 is another image from the body-worn camera depicting Lieutenant Matson. Offer Exhibit 78.
78 is received.
Publish Exhibit 78. Right. And what do you see in this photo?
Myself, some of the hospital staff.
And it was after you'd made these observations that you spoke with Lieutenant Matson?
Yes.
Okay. Did you attempt then, after your conversation with Lieutenant Matson, to gather more information from the defendant and Officer Tao?
I did. I think he requested me to ask them if they'd used any other force.
And did you have that conversation with the defendant? You can take that down.
I did.
Do you recall what the defendant told you?
I believe he said he knelt on Floyd or knelt on his neck, something of that nature. I don't recall his exact words.
And is that the first time you became aware that force had been applied to Mr. Floyd's neck?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you how long he had applied pressure to or restrained Mr. Floyd and applied pressure to his neck?
No.
At some point, did you receive yet another update on Mr. Floyd's medical condition?
I did. Someone approached me and let me know that he passed away.
And after you learned that Mr. Floyd passed away, did that change the nature of the incident you were responding to?
Yes, it was deemed a critical incident then.
What is a critical incident?
Something like that, where somebody passes away in police custody, a high level, call like a shooting, or where somebody shot and killed by police, things of that nature.
And what are your responsibilities then, as the shift sergeant, when a critical incident happens in an area over which you have supervisory authority?
It needs to be roped off with police tape and evidence preserved. Body-worn cameras, make sure they're turned back on.
Okay. What has to be done with the people who were involved in the critical incident?
They need to be kept separate and eventually transported down to the courthouse.
Okay. And in this case, did you take specific steps that were consistent with the critical incident response?
I did.
What did you do?
I got a hold of Sergeant John Edwards, who was the overnight supervisor who had just come on, and asked him to head down to 38th in Chicago and secure that scene. And then I believe I got a hold of some other sergeants to help set up rides for the involved officers down to City Hall.
Okay. So in he was contacting Sergeant Edwards, you're essentially handing off the actual physical scene to the next supervisory sergeant for the 3rd Precinct. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to secure transport officers or rides for officers Lane and King?
I don't recollect if it was me who found the rides for those two or Tom and Chauvin. But I found somebody to figure it out.
Can you describe your interactions with the defendant after you discovered that Mr. Floyd had passed away?
Other than asking him to get down to 108.
What's 108?
Room 108 is one of the rooms in the city hall where the officers are going to gather to be interviewed and stuff after the critical incident.
What did you then proceed to room 108?
I did.
And what did you do after you proceeded to room 108?
I mostly just waited till the officers were interviewed and eventually headed back to the 3rd Precinct station.
Did you have any further interaction with the defendant at room 108, or did the other administrative personnel take charge?
Pretty much the other administrative personnel.
After then directing Edwards to secure the scene, making sure that the officers reported as they were supposed to, did you at some point gather some additional evidence associated with this case?
I did.
When was that?
I was back at the 3rd Precinct, and I believe Officer Lane approached me and had forgotten some information in his pocket, some witness information that he'd taken from somebody in the vehicle, and turned that over to me, which I turned over to another officer to be property inventoried.
And after inventorying that information or that material, did you have any other involvement in the case?
I wrote a short report on turning that information over, and that was it for the night.
Okay. And when did your shift end that night?
I don't recall what time I left the station that night.
Now, again, you have reviewed the body-worn camera footage associated with this case, is that right?
I have.
And as the supervisory shift sergeant, you're a person who typically does force reviews, is that right?
Yes.
And to clarify your testimony from earlier, the restraint of an individual on the ground is a form of force, correct?
Yes.
And restraining someone on the ground handcuffed, that's considered to be the prone position, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that a person may be restrained only to the degree necessary to keep them under control?
Yes.
And no more restraint?
Right.
Based upon your review of this incident, do you believe that the restraint should have ended at some point in the encounter?
Grounds?
Thank you, Your Honor. And, sir, getting back to some of your duties as a shift sergeant in conducting force reviews, when you conduct a force review, you typically visit the scene, is that right?
Yes.
Interview witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Gather all the information, body-worn cameras, correct?
Yes.
And review that footage, correct?
Yes.
And make a preliminary determination as to whether or not it would be necessary to forward this for a review by internal affairs. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you review some body-worn camera footage and find there's nothing to review, you wouldn't forward that to internal affairs.
If I was doing a force report, I believe it would go down there anyway. All force reports do.
Would also go to internal affairs.
Correct.
If you review body-worn camera footage and determine that use of force might have been excessive, do you make a recommendation to internal affairs?
Yes. In that case, you'd have to contact internal affairs.
I submit the foundation, Your Honor.
Okay.
There's the jury. I'm going to have you take a break while we figure out a fairly sticky legal issue here. We'll have you back fairly soon. All right, we are outside the hearing. The jury, be seated, please. Mr. Nelson has asked for an opportunity to voir dire the witness for a possible objection outside the hearing of the jury. Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Pfluger.
Good afternoon, sir.
So in the normal course of your duties as a police sergeant in reviewing the use of force, what you're describing is what you would normally do, correct?
Yes.
So if a use of force is reported to you by an officer, in those circumstances, this use of force review occurs by the shift supervisor, correct?
Yes.
And the shift supervisor would first and foremost report to the scene, correct?
Yes.
After that point, you would interview the officers that were involved, correct?
Yes.
You may interview the person upon whom force was used, right?
Yes.
You may interview witnesses to the use of force if they exist, correct?
Yes.
You may review body-worn cameras, other evidence, photographs, whatever else may be a part of that process, right?
Yes.
And it is much greater in it's a limited, but it's a bigger scope, right?
Yes.
When a use of force incident becomes a critical incident, however, does your role change?
I would no longer do a use of force in a critical incident, nor would I do it if someone had suffered an injury, if they were handcuffed. That goes up the chain then to lieutenant and internal affairs.
Okay. So in certain circumstances, you would not be required to do that, right?
Correct.
And also, in addition, Your Honor, or Sergeant Pfluger, I apologize, you did not do any of that use of force review on May 25th of 2020, did you?
No.
You didn't speak with the officers in depth about what happened, correct?
No.
You didn't interview any of the witnesses that were at the scene, did you?
No.
And you didn't review the body-worn cameras that night, did you?
No.
In preparation for your testimony, were you given the entirety of the case file for this case?
No.
I mean, do you have 50,000 pages of police reports?
No.
Have you reviewed any of the interviews from any of the witnesses?
No.
Have you reviewed any of the statements that were given relevant to this case by any of the involved officers from those who did give statements?
No.
All right. So in this case, in preparation, were you allowed to watch the entirety of all of the body-worn cameras?
I think I did.
Okay. And that was in preparation or while you were being interviewed with the state prosecutors, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of the information you have a a limited amount of information, which would be limited to just a review of the body-worn cameras.
Yes.
And that would not be the normal course for a sergeant's use of force review.
Yes.
I'm still not clear as to who made the decision in this case. So, Mr. Swisher, I don't have very much of a foundation for who gave this opinion or gave an opinion in this case. Could you follow up with?
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing.
I don't think I have a foundation yet. It sounds like on a critical incident, it gets passed up. Who made? I don't know who made the decision on use of force.
Well, there wasn't.
Could you maybe inquire, see where
I can, Your Honor. I want to just clean up one part of the record first. In terms of reviewing the body-worn camera footage with the state, I think the question was state prosecutors. You didn't review them with the state prosecutors, but you have reviewed those with prosecutors. Is that correct?
Correct.
Like other prosecutors, not associated with this particular case.
Right.
Is that right?
Yes.
Now, to answer the court's question, in terms of whether or not you did a use of force review pursuant to the policy, in this particular case, you did not, correct?
Correct.
Right? You passed the scene along and followed the critical incident policy, per the critical incident guidelines. Is that right?
Yes.
However, in the course of your duties as a shift sergeant, you do force reviews. Is that right?
Yes.
You follow the policy in conducting supervisory force reviews.
Yes.
And if we could pull up the exhibit again, 222. You could go to the next page, please. In conducting a force review, if you could please call out Roman I. You contact the internal affairs unit commander by phone if the force used appears to be unreasonable or constitute possible misconduct. Is that right?
Yes.
So you make a threshold assessment of whether or not force is excessive or could constitute possible misconduct. True?
True.
And if you could go to the next page. And call out B. And again, based on the totality of information available at the time, if you as a supervisor feel that the use of force may have been unreasonable or not within policy, you can state so in your supervisory force review. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's the policy that you follow?
Yes.
And so, Your Honor, I don't believe that this is a lack of foundation. He has clearly qualified to give an opinion, and a limited opinion, that based on his preliminary review, as stated and disclosed, he believed that the restraint should have ended very shortly after Mr. Floyd was taken to the ground, handcuffed, and no longer resistant. And that's the sum and substance of the opinion I intend to offer.
If I could just follow up a couple questions. In this particular case, the reason you called the lieutenant was because Mr. Floyd died, right?
I would have called the lieutenant first because force was used and he was in handcuffs. Any force that results, or that's used when somebody's in handcuffs, requires me to call the lieutenant and internal affairs.
Right. So that went up the chain naturally that way. And then when Mr. Floyd died, this use of force policy is replaced with the critical incident policy. Is
Yes.
that correct? So, Your Honor, I guess the issue here is this is exactly what the motions in limine were designed to effectuate. This officer, Sergeant Pluger, did not make this determination. He has not done a use of force review as he would have done in this policy. He has not reviewed the entirety of the evidence in this particular case. And while he may have seen certain body camera footage and made some determination based on that limited information, he hasn't seen everything else. And so it is not within his purview. And this is what the motion in limine was specifically designed.
Mr. Slisher, as I understood it, you're asking a narrower opinion?
That's correct, Your Honor. I'm asking, exactly what I proffered, that in his opinion, the force should have ended very shortly after Mr. Floyd was on the ground, handcuffed in the prone position and no longer resistant.
You can ask that one question. Let's bring the jury back. Is this probably going to be our last witness? How long is that?
Another one in the hall. We could get him done in a half hour.
Okay. True. Okay. We'll see how it goes. All right, previous questions withdrawn. Mr. Slisher, would you ask your question?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, based on your review of the body-worn camera footage, do you have an opinion as to when the restraint of Mr. Floyd should have ended in this encounter?
Yes.
What is it?
When Mr. Floyd was no longer offering up any resistance to the officers, they could have ended the restraint.
And that was after he was handcuffed and on the ground and no longer resistant?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Pluger.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for being with us today. A few questions that I had to follow up on with you. When a police officer under your command uses force, are they required to immediately notify you?
It depends on the type of force.
Okay. Are there certain circumstances where you may get a phone call or a radio dispatch immediately?
Yes.
Are there certain circumstances or situations where you may get a phone call or a report of a use of force within 10 to 15 minutes?
Yes.
Are there circumstances where you may get a use of force report or from an officer from an hour or two later?
Not one that would cause me to have to go to the scene. That would be more immediate. They'd want to let me know right away because I need to get out there and interview the subject.
Right. But it could happen within more than, say, 10, 15, 20 minutes that you get that notification.
Yes.
It would be fair to say that in certain types of use of force, there may be other or use of force cases, there may be other activities that the officer needs to do after the use of force. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So they may use force against suspect number 1, but then they have to apprehend suspect number 2, for example, right?
Yes.
And they've used force on number 1, but they get number 2 detained and it takes some time, then they call you, right?
Yes.
Or, for example, an officer may use force on someone, conduct some additional investigation, whether it be interviewing witnesses or gathering evidence, and then call you to report the use of force, right?
Yes.
Is there a policy within the Minneapolis Police Department that requires an officer who uses force to do that through dispatch channels?
No.
They could call you on your cell phone.
Yes.
They could send you a text.
Yes.
Basically, their requirement is that they need to reach out to you and say, hey, we need you to come to the scene, right? We
Yes.
use force. Now, just a second. Showing you Exhibit 221, Policy 5-306 regarding medical assistance. What do the first 4 words after medical assistance read?
As soon as reasonably
Practical, right? Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's
said
5.
4. Ha, sorry, you got me. As soon as reasonably practical, right?
Correct.
An officer has to use or render medical assistance as soon as is reasonably practical, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar generally with the Minneapolis Police Department's critical decision-making model?
Somewhat.
Essentially, when a police officer is engaged in a situation, would you agree that an officer is constantly taking in new information, processing that information, comparing it to what happened before, and making decisions based on information as it comes in?
Yes.
And information as an officer is dealing with the situation can change, right?
Yes.
And that information that they take in may change or modify the behavior in response to the situation, right?
Yes.
So, for example, sometimes an officer may decide to use a taser or a conducted electricity unit, right? But then realize, that's not enough, I better get my gun out, based on the threat that they perceive, right?
Yes.
Or vice versa, they may have their gun drawn, realize that's too much force, put it away, and take out a different tool that they have, right?
Yes.
So officers are constantly assessing and reassessing a situation based upon the information as it comes to them. Agreed?
Yes.
You were an officer for what, 27 years, I think you said. You've, I'm assuming, arrested hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals during your career.
Yes.
You've had to use force yourself.
Yes.
And would you agree with the general premise that the use of force is not necessarily attractive?
Yes.
Sometimes officers have to do very violent things. Agreed?
Yes.
It's a dangerous job.
Correct.
Have you ever heard the term hold for EMS? An officer says, I held him for EMS.
Not familiar with that.
Okay. So if you are involved in a use of force situation and an officer calls for medics, right? And I'm going to strike that. An officer decides to use the maximal restraint or the hobble, right? But a medical emergency arises and they call for EMS. Would it be consistent with the critical decision-making policy to say, I'm not going to hobble this person because I know EMS is on the way?
Objection, Your Honor. Sidebar.
Rephrase.
I'll rephrase, thank you. Assume an officer was engaged in a struggle with a suspect and decided to use the maximal restraint technique, but then the suspect had a medical emergency. Would it be common for the officer to decide, I'm not going to use the maximal restraint technique at this point. I'm going to hold this suspect in place until EMS gets here?
Objection calls for speculation. So your scenario is an officer's planning to use the hobble and hasn't put it on yet, and then the suspect has a medical emergency, and then they decide not to use them, just hold them?
Right.
Yes.
When a maximal restraint technique is applied, the suspect is essentially handcuffed behind their back, and through a series of belts, their legs are bent at kind of an upward angle and then connected to some sort of device right around the waist.
I don't think they bend back towards the back anymore. They like to keep them straight.
Straight.
Right.
So, but there's a tie between the ankles and the waist, essentially.
Correct.
Right? And if EMS is on their way, the restraint, you've got to take that off and can delay medical care. Agreed?
You're saying I'm sorry, can you just repeat that?
If an officer uses the maximal restraint technique and EMS has to come, the officers have to remove that potentially, right?
Correct.
And that can delay medical treatment.
Sure.
Now again, in your 27 years as a police officer, have you had to deal with crowds of people that form and watch your activity?
Yes.
In your experience as a police officer, especially in the more recent era, have you been in a situation where bystanders begin to film you and your activities?
Yes.
Does that happen more and more these days than it did 5 years ago?
Yes.
And have you been in a situation in your career as a law enforcement officer where the crowd starts to yell at you?
Yes.
Or becomes a little more volatile?
Yes.
As an officer, does that cause you concern?
Yes.
Generally speaking, as an officer with 27 years of experience, if you're dealing with one potential suspect and then a new perceived threat emerges, but you know that person needs medical attention, do you deal with the medical attention and ignore the threat, or do you deal with the threat and then deal with the medical attention?
I guess you'd have to deal with both kind of simultaneously.
And that depends on the circumstances. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So, for example, if you were in a gun battle and someone was shooting at you and someone went into cardiac arrest, would you stop what you were doing to mitigate the threat, or in order to immediately perform CPR? Or would you continue with the threat?
I'd mitigate that threat to me.
You've gone through all of the standard training of the Minneapolis Police Department?
Yes.
You had to deal with suspects who've been rendered unconscious?
Occasionally.
You're aware that the Minneapolis Police Department, where the training indicates that you need to be careful because when someone comes back out of unconsciousness, they can become more volatile than they were before?
That can happen, yes.
You were asked a series of questions about about the sergeant's use of force review, right? A force review.
Yes.
And in a force review, there are certain things that you're required to do, correct?
Yes.
That would include having a conversation with the involved officer, right?
Right.
That would involve potentially having a conversation with the suspect upon whom force was used, agreed?
Yes.
review of the body-worn cameras, right?
Yes.
Review of any other evidence that may exist, such as witness statements, photographs, phone records, whatever it may consist of, right?
Yes.
It's not a huge, very thorough investigation. It's kind of a cursory look, right?
Correct.
And but there's more to it than simply watching a body-worn camera, right?
Yes.
In this particular case, when you arrived on scene, you initially spoke with Officers King and Lane, and Mr. Chauvin was present in that scene.
Yes.
And he was listening as Officer King and Lane told you what had just happened.
Yes.
Now, when, in your experience as a police officer, when a supervisor's use of force, well, strike that. When one group of officers goes to a scene and a second shows up to assist, whose arrest is that? Is it the original officer or the assisting officers?
Should be the original officer.
And so when you're reviewing a circumstance, is it going to be, would it be your policy to talk to the arresting officers or the assisting officers first to find out what happened?
I guess I wouldn't care one way or the other. Whoever wants to tell me the story.
Okay. And if one officer is responsible for it, you're going to go to that officer, right?
Right.
And if two officers, you're going to ask them both.
Correct.
And if all of the officers are standing around and they're talking about it, that's what you need to do initially, right?
Correct.
Now, you were discussing again in this particular incident, you were at, when you arrived on scene, you asked, you kind of gave some direction to these officers, right?
Yes.
And at the point that you arrived on scene, you knew it was a use of force incident, but it was not what you call a critical incident. Agreed?
Agreed.
Because at that point, Mr. Floyd, to the best of your knowledge, was still alive.
Right.
Speculation. If you know what the answer to that is.
One more time, sir.
At the point that you were initially on scene, you had no information that Mr. Floyd was deceased, right?
Correct.
Now, you then instructed the officers to do a few things, right? Potentially talk to witnesses, and then two officers to go down to the hospital with you.
Yes.
In their squad car.
Yes.
All right. And we saw this video where you instructed Officer Chauvin to try to get some witness statements, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And he made the comment that he would try, but the crowd seemed pretty hostile.
Yes.
Officer Chauvin and Officer Tao ended up at the hospital with you?
They did.
And Officer King and Officer Lane remained on scene, right?
Yes.
At some point when you learned that Mr. Floyd had died, the use of force review was no longer reviewed by you, correct?
Correct.
Someone died, well, and I believe even per policy, if someone was a use of force occurred while someone was in handcuffs, that policy required you to reach out to your superiors, right?
That's correct.
And if Mr. Floyd had not died, you would have not conducted a use of force review, correct?
Correct.
You would have left it to the higher ups, the people up the chain of command.
Right, since he sustained an injury in handcuffs.
Right. And likewise, when a suspect dies in police custody, you don't do a use of force review.
Right.
And you did not do a use of force review in this case, did you?
No.
Now, you talked about when it became a critical incident, the officers ended up at room 100 down at City Hall. I think you initially said it was the courthouse, but you're talking about City Hall across the street?
Yes, I set her up.
And that's a room that's maintained by the Minneapolis Police Administration, right?
Right.
That's where any involved officers go during a critical incident.
Right.
Or officers who are involved or potentially witnesses to a critical incident.
Correct.
And you understand that the 4 involved officers were each individually transported to room 100, right?
I believe that was the case.
And you referenced that at that point, kind of the critical incident policy takes over and certain things have to happen pursuant to the critical incident policy, right?
Yes.
A whole host of things have to happen, right?
Yes.
You referenced interviews of officers. You have no idea if interviews of officers occurred in room 100 on or about May 25th, 2020 or May 26th of 2020.
I'm not positive, no.
Right. That's one thing that could potentially happen, right?
Yes.
But not necessarily.
Right.
Now, you testified that kind of at the end of the night, Officer Lane, or while the end of your involvement, Officer Lane handed you a couple of pieces of evidence that pertained to the arrest back at 38th in Chicago, right?
Correct.
Or the incident at 38th in Chicago, right?
Yes.
Do you recall what those items were?
I recall one for sure was a slip of paper with a name from one of the parties in the vehicle that he'd gotten.
Okay. Do you recall the other being an identification card?
I think so.
And do you remember the name of the person that was on the slip of paper?
I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review your report that you drafted that night?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Counsel, it's page 117. Can you just read that in your head? Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
What was the name on the piece of paper? Shawanda Hill?
Shawanda Hill.
And the other item that he handed you was an Minnesota identification card, correct?
Correct.
With the name of William Smythe?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You're in, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you were asked whether you agree with the proposition that sometimes police officers have to do violent things, and you agree with that, correct?
Yes.
But sometimes police officers should not do violent things, isn't that right?
Yes.
You were asked about the critical thinking model that's used and adopted by the Minneapolis Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And that's a model that requires officers to continually take in information, evaluate it, reevaluate it, reassess, and if necessary, adjust their conduct, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as you stated under questioning by defense counsel, sometimes the information they're taking in would cause the officer to need to take more drastic measures, fair?
Yes.
But sometimes the information that the officer would take in would cause them to need to reevaluate what they're doing and use less drastic measures, correct?
Yes.
Some of the information that might be relevant is whether or not this... whether or not the subject is resisting, correct?
Could you say that one more?
One of the pieces of the information the officer may need to take in and evaluate is whether the subject is resisting, correct?
Yes.
And if the subject is not resisting, there is no longer a need to continue to restrain them, correct?
Yes.
And other information that might be helpful in making an assessment is to determine whether or not the subject is continuing to breathe, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it is getting to me at this point, Mr. Slisher, if you could rephrase.
Would it be important for an
Response was stricken.
Would it be reasonable then in the critical thinking model for an officer to determine and take in information about the subject's medical condition?
Yes.
For example, if the subject is no longer breathing, would it be important for the officer to take that into account to reassess and reevaluate what they're doing?
Yes.
Or if the subject no longer has a pulse, for example, would that be important information in the critical thinking model for the officer to take in, consider, and decide to maybe take a different step?
Yes.
And in such a case, would it be possible then that the officer would not need to do something violent, but would need to do something less violent?
Yes.
Like render medical assistance?
Yes.
You were asked about a threat assessment. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were asked about an example of whether an officer would perceive a threat if there was a gun battle and need to make a determination between medical attention and that kind of extreme threat, right?
Yes.
You reviewed the body-worn cameras, correct?
I've reviewed body-worn camera footage.
You didn't see a gun battle?
No.
Nothing further.
So the critical decision-making model requires the officers to take in multiple pieces of information and decide how to act based on the circumstances, right?
Yes.
Other factors they may consider is the size of a crowd, right?
Yes.
Their tactical position.
Yes.
Traffic.
Sure.
Rendering medical aid to a person in the middle of a busy street while buses and cars are turning, that may not be the best decision for an officer to make.
Right.
Rendering medical aid or while trying to deal with other people who are upset with you or volatile towards you may come into to play. Agreed?
Yes.
An officer who is essentially in a tactical disadvantage, that will come into play.
Yes.
Officers have to look at lots of different bits of information and decide how to proceed based on the totality of the circumstances and not just one single fact. Agreed?
Yes.
No further questions.
Nothing further? Briefly?
And an officer needs to consider whether other sources of information might be relevant to the need to render medical aid, correct?
Yes.
Including people telling the officer that a person was in need of medical assistance. That might be important for them to consider.
Sure.
And if somebody's communicating this in a desperate fashion, that doesn't necessarily constitute a threat to the officer, does it?
Sustained.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant.
You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to adjourn for the day. We'll try and start up again around 9:15 tomorrow. We'll see you then.